All right, we live now.
I bet.
Hold up. See, Instagram tripping now. Won't let me hit the go live button. There you go. Probably got too much shit going on. No one run this goddamn eBay store. I got
Yeah.
so many, but I got 59 tabs open right now.
Phew. Whee.
That type of shit going on. So that probably would slow the other shit down. But let some more folks get in here. But yeah, bro, when you tag me into that shit, it kind of it sparked something for me. Can you hear me good?
Yeah. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. It sparked something for me, based off our conversation we had, and then shit that I was getting from TikTok. Let me tell you what a nigga wrote to me on commenting on my shit that kind of had me in a laughing stage. Like, nigga said, "What did you spiritually attain?" Because I'm talking about the self. I'm like, how is all this illusion, the spiritual shit, all this shit is an illusion. The only thing that's real is the self. That's why every spiritual journey starts with know the self and then brings you back to know the self, which means everything in between is a clusterfuck of fuckery to be having fun. You know what I'm saying? You're just stroking your jock, which is fine.
Right.
It's fine,
Right.
because it's an illusion. So you're supposed to be under the illusion that you're doing something. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole point of an illusion. But
Right.
he
Right.
commented and said, which I expect to. He commented and said, what did you attain spiritually? And I told him, shit, there's nothing to attain. Not on some mystic talking type shit, but literally there's nothing to obtain. Everything that you could ever be and is or are, you the self already are. So,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? I didn't even try to go that deep with him. I just left it at that. He said, so no kundalini, inner work, enlightenment, or moksha. I said, man, look at this nigga here. So I hit him with them basically like, for the mind, yeah, all of that does exist, bro. That's real for the mind. For the mind. But we know we not the body and we not the mind. So for the mind, yeah, liberation is real. Yeah, Kunda. I don't know if a nigga expect to get a nigga's whole philosophy in the comment sections or what, but I try to keep it short. You know what I'm saying? That nigga, this is what this nigga told me. And I know he don't mean this in the holistic aspect, right? He's speaking from this ego level. If y'all in the chat, god damn it, be in the chat and say some shit. Hit the like button and share. We back. So he said, I created the philosopher's stone, attained nirvana, and initiated heightened states of consciousness via the Bindu chakra, right? So he talking about the Bindu seed, the Bindu chakra is what he said, and breath work. And I mastered the 7 hermetic laws and learned from a myriad of books and realize in relation to etheric integration. I have no clue what you mean by these things are an appearance. What do you mean? Because I told him all of those are all this shit is an appearance in pure consciousness. So he just ran down how much work he didn't put in. I'm like, I told the thing, I said, damn, you accomplished a lot. I really don't see the reason why you on TikTok commenting on people's videos. What the fuck is you doing?
Right.
You raised up the Kundalini, got all the breath work. You created the goddamn Philosopher's Stone. You attained Nirvana. The fuck is you doing on TikTok? Comment, crazy ass nigga. Like, yeah, and I'm saying that in a joking way, but like, I don't think the nigga crazy. But what I do see is like that's the tricks of the ego. That's the trick out of the mind. You know what I'm saying? And to have you feeling like you some sort of superior versus those who may not have per se knowledge. And that's the illusion of the spirituality. That's the illusion of it because of course, if you go so-called, remember what Panic said, what Bobby told him. Ultimately, we all going the same place. He said,
Yeah.
first off, like shit, bullshit. I'm putting in all this work. You telling me these niggas going? These niggas on the corner is going, and I already put this work in. He said at the time he didn't understand it, but now he understood it. It's not, so now it's not even a place that we're going. We're realizing that it's a place that we already are, and we're going to forever be. There is no going or coming. It's already there. It's already there. And that's what I got from Michael Kelly's book that my nigga put me up on. Again, y'all, since we back again for the, what's the name? Draconian consciousness. Now, me and him had a powerful conversation not too long ago, a couple weeks ago, which we were talking about before the live stream just got cut off. We had a powerful conversation talking about know thyself versus know the self. And the difference in semantics and how the ego can latch on to thyself and feel like it means myself. And what do we consider as myself? My race, my gender, my ancestral history, my spiritual working path. All of those, which are not evil, which are not wrong, but they also are a fixation of the ego, aka the mind. They are all a fixation of that, right? So if we understand that, then we understand the self makes it impersonal versus being personal. Because when you make things personal, which is the reason why we have duality because we've made things personal. The ego, just like these boxes around our heads, the ego carves out a box and says everything in this box is me. Everything outside of this box is not me. And ultimately, over time, what happens? That outside of the box becomes my enemy. Or that outside of the box becomes evil and I'm good. You get to choosing sides. So you see what I'm saying? The same thing with know myself. It means I need to know myself and everything outside of me is not me.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? That's what it trick.
Yeah.
That's the trick. Everything outside of me is not me. But at the same time, we talking about we the gods, and God, everything comes from God. It's like if there was a contradiction in there, and I don't think a lot of us caught on to it because I didn't. I'm gonna keep it 100.
Yeah.
I did. I felt it means know my history, know my race, know I'm the God. I'm God, nigga. Which I am. I cannot not be. But even that is a concept that we are beyond.
Yeah.
So with that being said, he gave me, he just tagged me into a recent post of Michael Kelly. And damn, T, you was saying something at first before I even got that. Because I'm gonna read the passage that you tagged me into. Or should I just read it?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Say this. I'm gonna read it, y'all. It's again, draconian consciousness, Michael Kelly.
And I got it with me too.
You got
So I can
pull that
follow
motherfucker
along.
out, gang. Pull that motherfucker out, gang. Let them see you ain't just talking that shit.
Yeah, this shit is bent,
Look how long
curved.
he had his book. Look how nice my shit
It's
look. That let you know this
just
nigga been in it.
yeah, just I put the work in for that.
I've been putting work in that motherfucker. Out of here. Yeah, baby. We back at it again, baby. My throb. Now, facts, cool. S-O motherfucking P. S-O motherfucking P. We back at it again. S-O-P. So, from this book, y'all, it's page 141. It's page 141. And what it say is, the sixth head is that of the rebellious giant. And it is expressive of the initiate who has managed to take the momentous step. Is that how you pronounce that word? Momentous?
Yeah.
Momentous step. Like this huge step of fully realizing. Listen, the initiate has taken the full step, the huge step of fully, not partially, not sideways, not a little bit, not you lukewarm niggas, Bobby used to say. Lukewarm niggas, not being lukewarm, but fully realizing the existence of his consciousness outside the bounds of time and space. Now we finna get into that. Let's break that part down first, because even then, he's made consciousness personal, his consciousness. Now that I'm nitpicking on purpose. So I'm nitpicking on purpose
That's a good
from what
find. I didn't even catch that. That's a good find. I didn't even catch that.
you see, and that's how slick it gets. Now this is what I have said about Western. You was there for the full live stream of the Dark Veil Lifted video, and I was speaking about how the westernized version of everything is trying to be quantifiable. What's the way to make things quantified? You have to separate things. The only way that you can count things and measure things is by separating things. So the occult of the westernized, the Western occult is built off of quantifiable things to be able to quantify. It's built off of that. And now that I think about it, it's not even. I think it's a perversion of quantifiable. Let's put it like that. It's a perversion of it. Because once I look at the human, now that I understand the human mind is going to automatically do that. The ego is going to automatically make things quantifiable. That's how we get dimensions. That's how we get earth, water, air, wind, and fire on the gross level. It has to break things away to be able to separate itself. Consciousness has to create this. That's how you create an illusion, by creating separation or the illusion of separation, right?
Yeah.
So that's one thing that I see. So when you have a deep connection with body and mind consciousness, with body and mind complex, you're going to always speak and move from that point. So when you speak, it's not that you're not recognizing the body. You recognize that there is a body, but it's not my body. I'm the one observing the body because I am that I in the dark void, which we're going to get into here. So once he says, what was it again? Once he takes that momentous step of fully realizing the existence of his consciousness, made it personal, which means now we're talking about separation in consciousness, which is why the westernized perverted version of it, we get super consciousness, then we get our consciousness, and then we get subconscious, or then we get the unconscious, which all is a folly once you actually go through your day-to-day experience. Is what we talk about over here, y'all. We go through our day-to-day experience realizing that it's only one. We just overlook it because it's so subtle. It's so fucking subtle. It's the most subtle of the most subtlest. This is why this shit get funny, bro, because it's like right here. I swear to God. The answer to all your spiritual questions is like right here, and it's not moving. It's just like, nope, I want to look over here. Nope, I'm looking over here. It's like, I don't see it. Nope, I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't. Or looking for your hat on top of your head. Like, where's my hat? Or where my glass? They sitting on top of your head. But we pussyfooting around. We joking around. That's the point, bro. Because once you figure it out, it's done. It's done. The body will continue, the mind will continue until this motherfucker done and it evaporates. So you were gonna say something, T?
Maybe you read because my thoughts were going towards the tarot card, the Fool, which I believe is zero. The gateway. Yeah. So that's the gateway of all things.
That's the damn. And I think somebody else had recently brought that shit up. And you said like that's the gateway of all things, right? Where's I have it here somewhere. Let's see if I can find. If it's meant, I'll find it ASAP. If not, I'm gonna pull it three times. And if it don't pop out, fuck it. Everybody over here who already know the tarot card anyway, know what the Fool card look like.
Peace, y'all in the chat. Titles. I think one of the titles is New Beginnings as well.
You said that's one of the titles to New Beginnings?
Of the Fool. Yeah, New Beginnings.
The New Beginnings. See, I used to remember this shit too. I didn't forget what the fuck the fool is. Not really, but a more deeper meaning. See, y'all, I've been forgetting concepts and shit, y'all. I'm finna find that motherfucker. Fuck it. We finna pull it up. That's the Mages card. And the Mages is the one. Number one.
Yeah.
Oh, that's because this is my Aleister Crowley deck. Which is cool, but it'd probably be easy if I just did a goddamn share the screen and pull it up on the goddamn screen. I got the White or Right deck though as well, and I like that motherfucker.
Which one is it?
The White or Right deck. It's literally not even here. Oh, that's one of the I think it precedes Aleister Crowley's deck.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, I think so. Don't quote me on that. Don't quote me on that. Trav can tell me better than that. Hold on, give me 1 second, bro.
Okay.
Because I know I got the goddamn card. Yeah. Yeah, here we go. So it's that fool card. And what they always say about the fool can be whatever he wants, right?
Yeah.
The fool can play any goddamn thing. And that's
Yeah.
what I'm trying to get motherfuckers to understand. Because when you hit that 0 point with my nigga Zero, the Mexican hero. So you probably done seen these so many times. They're like the playing cards. Like you done seen these a million times.
Oh, yeah.
That's the Rider Right deck. Rider Right.
Okay.
Let me see. There you go.
Huh. Never heard of that one before.
See, here you go, right here. Here go that fool. Look here. At the bed, not a care. And of course, there's a lot of symbolism in there. You got the whole yellow background. You got Tifereth back there. The whole Christ energy back there. You know what I'm saying? Walking with very little in his satchel. At the edge of the goddamn cliff, not a care, because he has understood something. He's not living by the spiritual rules. He's not living by societal rules. Right? That motherfucker ain't moving like that. He don't look like he worried about karma or destiny.
Mm-hmm.
He don't look like he worried about reincarnation. He gets it. That nigga gets it. Go ahead.
And if you look at it from the opposite too, if you're looking at it from the standpoint of the magician being from number one and going into the, think about this. The magician represents number one, which is individuality. So in order to get to 0, you have to transcend your own individuality just to even get to that state where the fool is.
You have to. You have to transcend the individuality, the ego, the mind. You're gonna have to, and that's the same shit. That's the same shit on the tree of life, right? Because we know these cards are already really connected with the tree anyway. So that's the same shit on the tree of life. You ain't no getting up to Kefir. Ain't no going beyond goddamn Gebra or really Gebra and Hesed, because you got there go Doth right there too. You ain't going past that shit. You can't get past that shit until you realize you not basically what it's saying. Realize that you're not the body or the mind. You are not those personalities. You are not that body. You are not your ancestors. Literally. People be like, we ain't our ancestors. Don't try us with that. We literally not. That's a lot of that's a lot of concepts that we attach our identity to. But who is that that's attaching his identity to those things? Who is that, y'all? Because it can't be the one who's observing it. Because here's this card, and then here's me. Here's my card. This is my card. So if I'm putting the word my card or if I'm saying my ancestors, or if I'm saying my body, or if I'm saying my mind, there's a subtlety there. There's one who is claiming ownership of something that's obviously separate from them. If this is my car, it has to be separate from me, or else I wouldn't be like my car. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that creates that. That's why they say like the knower and the known and the knower are two different things. The thing that is known and the knower has to be separate. So if I say my vape, it's a vape, and then it's me, my, or I who is taking ownership of it. Who is that that's taking ownership of it? That's the ultimate spiritual question. He has figured this shit out. The magician has figured this shit out. If we're going backwards, the magician has figured out, oh, my personality, I can manipulate it and put it in whatever shape that I want to. And then the magician has played around with this shit and understanding this shit. But the magician ultimately gets to a point where it doesn't even fucking matter no more. And here he goes. We're working backwards now. We're going from 1 to 0 now.
Yep.
See what I'm saying? It don't even fucking, it's all a joke. It's all a joke. It's all a fucking joke. And that's why I keep saying spirituality is fucking hilarious. Not because I'm some superior ass nigga in a true religion hat with nappy hair with Ganesh sitting behind him. I've had the realization, and it's just like, what the fuck? Even the near and dear shit that I hold in occultism, I gotta say it, y'all, it's a joke. I'm not saying it's not useful for the mind. I understand the mind. I'm no fool. I understand the mind. Everything that I see is the mind. So I understand it. But I understand it to a point, to the same point that the oracle told Neo. You're not here to know if you made the right choice, nigga. You're here to figure out why. Once you ask that why, why does this I exist? First, you will figure out who is this I. That's the magician. Who is this I? Then you get over into the fool. Why does, or maybe in the intermediate phase between 1 and 0, you asking, why does even this I exist? Why is this I claiming ownership? Why is it claiming ownership? Then that will lead you to the cosmic peak. That'll lead you to consciousness. That'll lead you back to pure awareness. That'll lead you back to the principle. He gets it. He gets it. This is what those sages or so-called gurus are living like. It's like, whatever, nigga. Whatever. Let's get back to the book. Go ahead, T.
And I would like to input as well too. At certain points, I remember, and I'm pretty sure the information and doing the work in the book has helped get me to this point as well too, of asking like, what am I? You know what I'm saying? After knowing, okay, I'm God and I'm before the gods and the Titans, cool, but what is my existence? Like, how do I even exist? And those thoughts have troubled me since.
Bro. Swear to God, that is the most powerful question. If a nigga want to know if a motherfucker believe in reincarnation, if a nigga want to know if he's coming back or not, if those type of thoughts don't come into your motherfucking realm of attention, then you answer then motherfucker, your own question. Because you gotta ask that. How do I even exist? Why? What did you say? What did you say? Basically the same thing I just said, but I wanted to
yeah, like what am I And how do I even exist?
What am I and how am I? You see, it always gonna lead back to I am.
Hmm.
It's gonna lead back to the I amness, which is that consciousness,
Right.
which is, guess what? Everybody has that fucking question. It's subtle. It's subtle though. But some people don't take it serious. It's subtle. Who am I and what am I? But you got the lowercase I and you got the consciousness. So you got the ego mind floating around here, and it's gonna try to give you something. It's gonna give you something. It's like, oh, you know what? I'm the melanin god. Oh, you know what? Goddamn, I am Yalla Broth. Oh, goddamn, you know what? I'm Sophia. Oh, you know what? I'm goddamn Bobby Hemmett reincarnated, or Brother Panic reincarnated, or I am Hotep reincarnated. It's gonna give you something.
Right.
Because what is this?
Yeah.
It has to keep itself existing. How does it keep itself existing? Feeding off of concepts. So your spiritual concepts always gonna eat it up. Eat it up. Take me through that. Take me through that. Where we going, twin? It's gonna take you through there. It has to. I always bring this point up about Buddha. Buddha reaches that state, and when he get to a state, his ego tells him, oh, we've made it. We reached the highest state. We reached the nirvana. We reached the highest of the highest state. You know what I'm saying? Let's go back to like living regular life. We done. We did it. Finally, we completed it. Buddha said, I don't even believe that. And that's when he hit the next stage. That's when he hit the next stage. Bobby Hemmett said the same shit. I keep referencing these things, y'all, because it's not just me saying the shit. It's not just T saying the shit. It's not just the books that are saying the shit. This is it. You know you reach that point when you done identifying with all this shit. You still see it, but you understand the falsity of it. That's why he's walking off a cliff. There is no death. What death? I was never born. I surely shall not die if I was never born. Goddamn fool. He's a fool to the ones that, you know who he's a fool to? The ones who have not realized the self, who have not realized that they are not all of these identifications. Those are the ones who call him the fool. So, from a third dimensional perspective, he's the fool. But in reality, he's the only one who really knows. And what does he know? That he knows nothing. None of this shit, but I know. I know none of this shit. I know none of this shit. So let me go back and finish reading that quote. Right? So we understood that he separated consciousness and said the sage or the initiate takes this momentous step of fully realizing the existence of his consciousness is outside the bounds of time and space. Because we have to understand, I had it in a journal, we got to understand that time and space exists within consciousness. How do we know this? Because we can observe time. You observe time and you observe space. Consciousness is the observer. And time and space is the thing that is being observed. We said this at the beginning. The knower and the thing that is known cannot be the same. Now, this is the first step of non-duality, the negation path, the path of negation, which technically would be the left-hand path in occultism. I'm not this, I'm not this, I'm not this. Take back this, and take this back, and peel this off, and peel this off. But when you get to the so-called top, you realize, oh, I am all of this. So what illusion? Because I am time and space. Time and space is me as well. The same shit that we showed here. Let's pull it up. I think like Tree of Life does a great job. Shout out to Travis Majors. It does a great job of showing us this. So this is an illusion right here because we think we are these individual souls. right? And then we may think we are this, oh no, we're one group soul family. But then zoom out again, go all the way back to the back. It's just one big glump of soul, of consciousness, if you want to say per se. There was never any individuality.
Right.
That's a function of the mind. Let's go back to the tree. The tree shows the background back here, which I would say is the soul or consciousness or chaos. The whole black thing, the whole background. Down here on Malkuth, oh yeah, you think you're an individual soul. You think you have your own individual consciousness. Why is that? So who is that who thinks it has its own individual consciousness? The mind, the ego. It takes a piece and latches itself onto it because it feeds off of concepts. It has to keep existing. Because when we think about death, who is really scared to die? It's the ego, because it's not going to have anything to latch on to. It's not going to have an identity. It is the end of it. The ego gone. That's who's afraid of death. If y'all in the comments, let me know if y'all still here. Hit that like button too, y'all. I ain't get to read the comments yet. Give me a second though, but so that's the one who's afraid of death. It's the ego. It know it can be no more. And here's the thing about it. This guy here, the fool, he's killed the ego already. He's neutralized the ego already. It's neutralized. It's neutralized. Because obviously the ego would not want to fall off a goddamn cliff. And obviously this is not saying go jump off a cliff, y'all. But it's the mindset that this person has. Because he's on the edge, the way that he's living, perceived by those who don't understand. So the spiritual people who disagree and like, what you trying to say about raising up the Kundalini? What you trying to say about I didn't reach Nirvana? I wrote the Rosetta Stones or the Philosopher's Stones, and I did this and I did that. What are you trying to say? This is what I'm trying to say. I'm a fool. That's why I keep on saying subtly in all my posts, I say, I know nothing. Literally, I know nothing. There's nothing to know. Because you use the mind to know things. And how is the mind, which is, we can even say Kether, or we can say whichever one we want to use. Let's use goddamn Tifrith, or let's use Doth. These things are after Aang so far. What description can any of these on the front side of this tree give to describe something prior to it? None one of them can give an accurate description to describe what is prior to it. It's like this. This is what I said last night or the night before last, bro. It's like parents. Give me an accurate description of your parents. A tit for down to the T of a description of your parents before you were born. You can't do it. Like, you won't be able to do it. What you'll be able to do is give a concept. You will be able to give a concept. You see what I'm saying?
That's wild.
You can't even do that for your parents.
Damn.
But you will be able to give a concept about them, though. But what is it about that concept? It's a concept. It's not the direct, super accurate description, but it's a concept, and it's meant to point you to kind of in that way, in that area. I'm like, okay, so they were kind of like this. So that's what it is about Aang so far. That's what it is about consciousness. That's what it is about the absolute. There is no way to know it. All we can do is give you a concept that ultimately only points you that way. That's the only thing he can do. We ain't even finished the first statement. Hold up, y'all. So he says he realizes his consciousness is outside the bounds of time and space. In doing so, he begins to lose the magics of transcending the apparent rules and restrictions of manifest reality. Don't they look like the foolish ass nigga, right? Sound like him. Instead, he is flagrantly breaking the chains of temporal and spatial location or spatial location, popping up whenever or wherever he wills. These are frankly enormous claims, but any initiate who has properly worked the curriculum thus far will already have understood that this is wholly implicit in the notion of the eye of the void. Every step along the draconian initiatory curriculum has been leading. Listen, here we go. Every step along the draconian initiatory curriculum has been leading up to the realization that the initiated consciousness is not tied down by the space-time continuum at all. So he's even giving you the answer in there. Because if it's inside of space and time, it has to be quantifiable. So since it's outside space and time, there is no what we talked about earlier, his consciousness. Because his consciousness makes a separation.
Yep.
So this is how this double speaking be going on in this shit. You got to catch that shit, y'all. You got to catch that shit, y'all, because it's a straight contradiction of what he just said in the first paragraph. It's a straight contradiction. It's a straight paradox.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's what we're really dealing with here, a paradox. What Penny used to say? There has to be contradictions in all the mystical teachings or the systems, because we live in a dualistic reality. Because you say it's hot, there has to be somebody who says it's cold. Because you say I like this, there has to be somebody who says I don't like this. And we both sitting in the same goddamn room. We both somebody got to say it's hot and somebody got to say it's cold.
Those facts.
That's
Even
the
just
nature.
varying in the degrees.
That's
Oh,
it.
I'm a little hot, not as hot. Little
Yeah,
cold.
type shit. And I'm a little cold, not as cold, but a little cold. Hey man, which one is it? But that's the nature of this shit, right? That's the nature of this dualistic reality. And this fool finds out there is no separation. That's why there's no 1, 2, 3, 4. It's just zero. The fool is zero. It's a reason why he's zero, because all numbers come out of zero. It has to be the 0 point first for one to come out. So they're all just cheap emanations of the zero. So that means what? The tree, and we just use the tree as a map to understand this. Everything is just a false imitation of Ain so far.
And if I can,
You
uh,
definitely
the Voodoo Gnostic handbook towards the back, they have they have like their own counting system that they use with the Tree of Life, and their number system is so intriguing because it helps shows how each Sephirah played a part in creation, and how some of these even stayed within their own bounds, not interacting with others, such as like I Ein Sofer and such in Kether. And they start Kether at the 0 point, and they put Hokmah at 0 plus 1, and they put Dath 1, was it 0 plus 1 plus 1? So
I think I
Dath,
see this.
yeah, so Dath is just Hokmah in itself, and Bina is in their system, counting system, 1 plus 1, or plus, yeah, 0 plus 1 plus 2, which would be Bina. So their number system is a little bit skewed, but it
Uh,
shows. But when you get down into Hesed, it starts showing how Hesed is the manifester of this physical creation world. And it kind of shows a backdrop of how Bina and Hokmah are like supernovas in themselves, like they're in their own little bubble of
bubble
existence.
type
You know what I'm
shit.
saying? And I kind of linking that to space and time. You know,
Yeah.
we're in a state of eternity, but time, we see and count eternity and say time. So time is eternal because we're in a state of eternity, and
we are
space is providing that space for eternal existence. So these that shit ain't going nowhere. But what happens within that state? Now we get talking about creation and shit,
now we talking about creation
and we still talking about consciousness before individuated consciousness even coming into being.
before it even come in a fucking being, bro. Before it even comes into being. And here's the thing there, because now what I get is also from learning this shit and matching it up with the Eastern shit, right?
Yeah.
Excuse me. Kether actually becomes the first Maya. It actually is Maya, the illusion. It starts it. And why do I say that? Because once we get over into the non-dual, they talk about Brahman, which is consciousness, and Maya. They're like fire and heat, inseparable.
Mm.
There's a difference, but there's not a difference. What's the difference between, not asking you, but just in general, like, what's the difference between fire and heat? You've never had fire and heat separately. Oh, when you got fire, you got heat. Let's at least say that. When you got fire, you got heat. So ain't so far as like this fire or consciousness is like this fire, and the heat comes along with it, and that's Maya, the illusion.
Ooh,
There,
oh, nigga. In draconian consciousness, they say that's the dragon's breath.
for real.
That's the dragon's breath. That's the primordial dragon's breath.
See, and that's it. The way they talk about Mula Maya, the way they
Damn.
talk about Maya, Maya is the mother of causes and effects, but she herself or Maya itself is causeless. There's no cause for Maya. Maya just is. Same thing with consciousness. There's no cause for it. It just is. It just is. So that's the same shit with Kether. It's causeless, but everything that comes out of it is an effect. Hokmah, Bina, Daf, Hased, you see what I'm saying? Everything that comes out of it, and there go the chain reaction starting right there. So the foundation of the illusion is Maya. The foundation of the tree to actually start to become a tree is Kether. It starts at Kether. Everything emanates out of Kether, just like in a manifest reality. Everything emanates out of Maya. Everything comes out of Maya. Everything comes out of Prakriti. And guess what? That is nature itself.
Right.
That's nature it fucking self, bro. That's
Which
nature. Go ahead.
which I think is the perfect description of Yaldabaoth. You know what I'm saying? how they describe his essence. I was thinking about this a couple weeks ago, maybe last week, and I was watching Discovery Channel and just thinking like, um, how can a lion tear apart an innocent
Oh,
oops,
you went out.
hold on, sorry about that. Somebody
Yeah.
was calling me. Um, they're doing it to survive. You know what I'm saying? Oh, let me reattach. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah. You sound good. We hear you.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, cool, cool. Somebody was calling me. Where did I leave off at?
You said somebody doing it to survive. You talking about y'all, bro?
Oh, yeah, they're doing it to survive. Lions, we do it. We have to feed in order to survive. And where's that coming? It's coming from nature because nature physically needs that sustenance to survive. I mean, even if we're pulling it from the sun, but there has to be a spiritual resonance or a counterpart to that physical urge and need as well too. And what is that? Where does that come from? That was my question. So I started looking into Yaldabaoth and the Gnostic texts and whatnot. And even the description of Yaldabaoth seems to describe nature, body of a lion or a dragon. What I'm saying? That's a heavy symbolic symbol itself, and head of a lion with raging, flashing eyes, and other descriptions as well too. But it seems to depict the nature's spiritual inclinations as much as how they show up in the physical reality. You know.
See, damn. And what is what does nature do? It's a replicating machine. It just replicates. But what is the substance, the subtle and the gross substance that it uses to replicate? The five fucking elements. I always give it back to people. What Travis May just put me up on it. It's an amazing thing. This book, and Durana Darshan in the mystical Kabbalah unlocks so much shit for me. Understanding these elements, when you understand these elements, it's going to break down nature itself. And that's how I come to figure out, oh, the mind and the ego is nature. The mind is all the universe is mental. And if we know the universe is an illusion, if we know everything is an illusion, who's creating it? The mind. Yalabroth. The ego. It's creating it by way of the five elements. Building and stacking, breaking down like Bina does. Bina breaks down and builds up what she gets from Hokmah. Hokmah creates like almost a skeleton outline of the way that everything can be and will be constructed. Hokmah creates that, and from that, Bina takes Ain Sofar, Kether, and Hokmah in, and then breaks it down, shaves it off, limits it, and builds up something that's called Hased. And Hased is about expanding all of that he just got and taking on over here to goddamn Givra. And Givra's finally like, hold up, too much goddamn expanding is going on. Let's draw a line. Send that shit on down. You know what I'm saying? So once we look at these elements and understand these elements, every god is nothing but a representation of the five elements. Each one of them, you're going to find earth, water, air, fire, and akasha. In every god. That's what we mean when we say what? All gods are an illusion. All gods are an appearance in consciousness. That's why this tree of life exists. You can take every god and place them in some place on this map. Every god. And that's what I had ran through with. Did I do it in here? Yeah, right there. I found all the Yoruba tribe of West Africa uses Olodumare. Olodumare represents the same thing as Brahman, the same thing as Noon in Egypt, the same thing as consciousness or chaos. So, and then Palo Monte and Sabe would be the same thing. Greek mythology, you would get goddamn Mother Earth Gaia, obviously, but you would also get um Uranus. You get Uranus or Gaia, and basically saying those two have always been there. Or whatever the other is it ain't it another Greek god? I didn't forget. That but you get chaos. No, Gaia emerged from chaos. Gaia sounds like Maya. Gaia is Mother Earth. It's not really just Earth. It's
Right.
nature. It's nature. So it's in all of these myths. Or Euron, it was in the beginning. You know what I'm saying? And rose naked from the chaos. And she created Ophin, which is the same thing as Yalabroth, the great serpent. And then they come from the Titans. It's like, bro, it's all up in this bitch. That's why I keep telling folks, like, I ain't even trying to parade around here like I'm talking about something new. Or I created. I didn't. It's here. It's in all the shit. It's in all the shit. Look at Travis Major talking about some meet the hoochie coochie Baphomet. I did put that in the top right there. Zero, peace. Elisha, peace. I'm missing everybody. What's the name, y'all? I'm sorry, y'all. Caught up in a conversation, y'all. But that's what it breaks us back down to, though, T. It breaks us back down to when we. That's why I keep saying, like, bro, if we understand the 5 elements and the 3 gunas, you become this nigga. You're gonna become this nigga. See, the magician understood it and wanted to play around with it. The fool understood it and got sick of playing around with it and just said, fuck it. Whatever. What the fuck ever. Don't matter. Whatever. So this is the nigga who breaks all spiritual tradition. Whatever tradition, he breaks all spiritual tradition. He breaks all societal tradition. He breaks all family tradition. And what is said by the so-called gurus of non-dualism, it says the self-realized person, he will walk around seemingly to do the same thing that everybody else is doing. He'll look just like everybody else. He'll eat, he'll shit, he'll piss, he'll curse. He may even be driving a car. He may even own a business. He may be flying out to California. You never know. He may got the gold chain wrapped around his neck. He looked just like everybody else. You ain't gonna be able to see. What Travis say? The fool break all tradition in the same way a 5-year-old won't behave in church. Type shit is going on here.
That's the rebellious chain.
You know what I'm saying? And what I like to tell folks is like, necessarily, you don't have to be openly rebellious. Here, you understand. In your head, you're like this. In your head, you're like this. But this is the only way. What did we talk about earlier? The only way for the mind to understand shit is through concepts. But it's a double-edged sword because we will get hooked to concepts and start identifying with the concept. What did we say earlier? The concept is ultimately to do what? To point you back here to aim so far. The concept is only the concept is only to point you back there. The concept is only to point you back there. And internally, nigga living like this. Internally, motherfucker living like this. Internally,
I think that magician phase is necessary because it has you have to have like a studious mindset in any type of way. It doesn't have to be necessarily in books. You know, you can study the grass, you know, for for your entire life, and then boom, just get conscious out of nowhere,
I don't
just
know.
from staring at a blade of grass.
Bro, thank
You
you. That's
know what I'm
exactly
saying?
what this shit is, right?
Yeah.
Because that's what I was just saying on my story today. All it takes is a drop. All it takes is a drop. You see what I'm saying? It don't what Bobby used to say. I get this goddamn book. I just paid $40 for this goddamn book. I might not read the whole thing. It may just be
Right.
one paragraph, one sentence, or one word.
Boom.
That's all I need. That's why I keep trying to tell the motherfuckers. It's like, bro, that's all that it really is. I'm trying to find a magician card. That's all that it really is. And I know that from experience. And I know you know that from experience. Remember, we had that 3-hour conversation, but the one thing that hit right on point was that one word, right or wrong.
Yes,
What did you
man.
say? That's what this whole
Ah,
conversation was meant for. It wasn't about the whole other 2 hours, 3 hours.
right.
That's what hey man,
In turn, that was necessary
it
to
was
get to that point.
it was fucking necessary, bro. It was necessary. It was necessary. Hold up. I can't find that magician card, y'all. I was gonna put it up here, but and just put them side by side and just do whatever little observation we wanted to play around with. But I really don't see the motherfucker. It's all good. Okay, let me see. Trav said it's not necessarily intentional, it's just his nature. The establishment of the church in the world is Bina. And
Mm,
the fool comes before Bina.
mm.
Oh, here go the magician right here. So, check this out. Ooh, let's see. May not be deep, may not be at all. Hold up, y'all. So, check this out. This nigga has taken the roses on the ground, depending on which way you want to count. He's taken the roses on the ground and created and took those into his garment. Now it's his garment. Look
Oh,
at the colors. He done took those flowers and made that shit into his garment and took this other garment. Now it's become the inside. Look at that shit. There may not be anything right here, but shit, the cup and the shoes. This nigga done took the cup and made the motherfuckers in the shoes. You know what I mean? Like the nigga that took the cup and made him in the shoes. Like, cause nothing matters, and it's just like I can put together whatever the fuck. There are no rules. There's no motherfucking rules. No
hitting
motherfucking
that
rules.
Baphomet pose,
And hit that
hitting
bomb.
that disco. He hitting that
That
disco, bro.
disco on him.
All the time, this boys was getting conscious dancing, hitting that disco. It was hitting
Whole
that
time.
Baphomet.
Whole motherfucking time.
Oh man.
And Trav said if you want to complete, let me see. If you want to complete play around, please look at the fool. Damn. The fool and the magician. I mean, in the magician, in the high priest. I just seen the high priest too. Let's see if I can find it. Zero said even the spiritual concepts and knowledge are stepping stones to aim. Facts. I just seen the high priest. Let's pull this shit out. And that's the motherfucker. Hey Trav, bro, do you feel like you feel like hopping on this motherfucker, Trav? I know we got one coming up anyway, bro. You may not even be in that mode. You may be one. I know how it is. Sometimes you just want to know. I want to stay in the chat, bro. You feel like hopping on, Trav? Let me know. I'll send that link over to you. This may be the one. He said, I gotta hop out of bed. I just woke up. All right. Say less. Stay in the luxury of your bed, brother. Ain't nothing like staying in the motherfucking bed. Motherfucker don't even feel like getting up.
Shit, I slept for 11 hours the other day. I passed out.
I can't even
My,
find the goddamn high priest card. Go ahead. Oh, there you go.
yeah. Mm.
And she sits in between the goddamn two pillars, the pillars of severity and force, severity and mercy. Right? Hold up. Can I put it closer without holding it? And look how those same colors play out. The roses, the yellow, the green. So we got
Oh,
we got
yeah.
we got go ahead.
No. I was just saying I see it too.
We got hot because hot. I know it has a connection with the green. He said, Trav said the pillars are actually the fool and the mages. And that makes sense, though, right?
Mm.
That makes sense if we look at the pillar of mercy, how dynamic it is, right? The pillar of mercy lining up with the fool, being that more dynamic. And then you look at the pillar of severity, the magician is some left-hand path shit, which will line up with Bina.
Mhm. Dang.
So these concepts here point you back to that ultimate principle. They ultimately point you back to some fucking principle. I mean, not to some principle, but the principle.
You can see the water in the background for the fool.
For the fool,
I don't know what that represents, but I imagine it probably represents the abyss.
you know what? I definitely would
Maybe
say that. I
maybe
definitely
the
could say that. I wish Trav would come on here and say something. But definitely, I can see that representing the abyss. Because, huh,
and it's interesting because on the magician you can see
you said
the affinity
unconscious.
sign.
You said the unconscious. Say it again.
He's
Oh,
got
yes,
the
it is.
two. Uh, okay, he
Yeah,
got
that
the
makes.
two. The affinity sign above the magician's head,
Oh, yeah, the infinity sign.
and that's just two zeros essentially.
That's
So perhaps the magician. So perhaps the magician is the one that creates the illusion then coming out of out of the fool
coming.
state because we're talking about going from the magician to the fool, going from the fool to the magician in the creation of the universe. Then yeah, that makes sense why it's a cosmic joke too.
Hey, that make all the sense, don't it?
Yeah. But that
Okay.
if that infinity sign, perhaps that's that representative of how the illusion exists. You know
I'm
what
finna
I'm saying?
send you a link, Trav. I'm finna send it to your phone, bro. Or you want me to send it to your Instagram? I'll send it to both. This nigga Trav, he'll goddamn be on his Instagram and won't pay attention to his goddamn phone. Hold up. Oh goddamn, I can't do it on Instagram because I'm live on Instagram. It won't let me log out. I sent it to your phone, Trav. How do I get back? Where was I at? StreamYard. Gotten it. Too funny as hell, bro. Oh, so yeah, like, and damn, what were we just talking about? So, because that make the most sense, right? The magician to the fool, and the fool to the magician. The magician is creating a reality. That's basically manipulating it. The
Right.
fool has figured out, like, oh, it's nothing but manipulation, and ultimately, the manipulation doesn't even like. It's not a manipulation. That's why I say you get to this, get to dealing with the self. You understand, like, there actually is no matrix. There actually is no illusion. The illusion is that there is an illusion. There's nothing to break free from, because all of this. Look at this. Her background. Her background. Hold up. His bottom and top in his clothes. It's all the same shit. The blue water, the subconscious, or the abyss is her clothes.
Oh shit. Yeah. Yo.
Like, bro, it's no different. It's no different. It's just the elementals reshaped, man.
Right.
Restacked again. Restacked again, bro.
Hello, I'm back.
Back.
Knocking back on the door and shit.
That's why they say this whole existence is nothing but the play of the elemental. Nothing but the play of the elementals, bro. It's the play of the motherfucking elementals, bro. It's the play of the elementals and the three gunas. The three gunas. Rogers, Thomas, and Sattva, which is activity, movement. Sattvic is that middle point, that stillness, middle point. Let's put it together. That still point. Rogers is the active aspect, active doing shit. Tamasic is the breakdown, the laziness, or the ignorance. It doesn't necessarily mean ignorance. It can be the fool. It can be the fool. The breaking down of this shit. He has broke down the illusion. There is no illusion. I can walk off a motherfucking cliff into the abyss. Matter of fact, the abyss is my home. Matter of fact, all creation exists within the abyss. There is nothing that exists outside of the abyss, or chaos, or consciousness. In the five elementals, that's it again. Because then it's inside of this motherfucker, you got all the elements. You got all the elements. If we just want to maybe imagine, but I'm pretty sure we can pull it out.
Nah, I see it. No, that you cause
you see
the
it.
yeah, because the fool, the magician, that's two. You got Bina in the middle, and then you got the two pillars. That's 4 and 5.
That's the whole goddamn thing right there. It's their play.
Damn. Right.
It's their play. That's what we dealing with here. That's what we dealing with here. So when I say these statements to people who, because I know people feel offended when I say there is no spiritual journey, there is no spiritual progression. I'm not saying that to be like, I'm telling you because the code has been cracked for me. And not only that, it's other self-realized people who has been saying the same shit. I had my personal experience that let me have the understanding in the so-called illusionary mind to be able to crack open enough for this shit to make sense, for it just to shine through, for all this shit to make sense. Now it all makes fucking sense. I understood on a deeper level what Bobby was saying. You must get to the point of no self, nigga. Stop thinking you know shit. He said that. This shit is chaos. You can't track it based on a methodology. You're not going to be able to track it based off a methodology. You have to totally eliminate who the fuck you think you are. That's going to be the only way. And you hear Ramana Maharashi or Maharaj even more. That's how they talking. It's the same shit my OGs told me. Our OGs told us. It's the same shit. Honestly, hold on. Let me read this first. Zero said the action to manipulate, transform into tuning into resonance, and then even the tuning, transformation, and the realization of you are the resonance by itself. That's my Mexican hero right there, T. He always in
Yeah.
Mexico. My boy barely speak English, but guess what? He get this shit. Swear to God, bro.
Oh yeah, I've seen them in the chat in the videos.
Oh, so you
Vibing
say
as well.
you've been seeing him in
Oh
the
yeah.
chat?
Oh yeah. I've been peeping. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, nah, he ain't no bullshitter. Cool. Man, really nobody on here is. It's a small group of us anyway, but nonetheless, I just like the fact that my boy always in Mexico tapping into this shit. Honestly, Coop TJ say, honestly, it's such a relief there being no journey and no. Honestly, bro, it relieves a ton of pressure off of you because you thinking you got to get to this next level.
Right.
Peep the game. Isn't the world set up like that? You have to keep advancing to this next level. And we take that shit over here in spirituality, though. We take that shit over into spirituality. And it's not anybody's fault. You know what I'm saying? It's not a fault of anybody. This is the nature of the mind. Because the mind wants to keep doing. What did the goddamn the Bhagavad Gita say? Krishna told Arjuna, he said, Arjuna, he who knows the self knows that he is not the doer. Nature is the doer. Nature alone is the one doing. Nature alone is the one doing. And the mind is nature. The ego is nature. The intellect is nature. That's who's
That, rem-
doing.
that
Go ahead.
reminds me. That reminds me. Frank Rudolph Young, Cyclomancy, talking about the primitive autoconscious,
The primitive
and it's
auto.
interesting. Yeah, it's interesting that he names it primitive as well too. Considering our long history of development, throughout time. There goes again that time factor. You know what I'm saying? Consciousness existing outside of space and time. You can see how being can exist outside of self and at the same time be a part of its own same development. You know what I'm saying? At the same time. And I remember reading. I used to hang. I still talk with this monk. He's a Christian monk, and I remember him telling me one time that Krishna doesn't even fully know himself or realize himself. He's still searching it, and it's like a journey, or not necessarily a journey, um, but just the realization that Krishna essentially doesn't know itself in its entirety. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't even separate itself from, you know, universe as consciousness, just as we all are. You know what I'm saying?
Damn.
But yeah.
No, I ain't heard that one. God damn. God damn. Well,
Yeah,
god
but
damn.
but Frankie Rudolph Young though, in Cyclomancy, describing that primitive consciousness, shows that element how consciousness exists outside of this domain and
Mhm.
in almost like apparent multi different forms, like you were saying with the five elements.
That-
Um,
go ahead. Go ahead. I don't want to cut your wisdom. Go ahead.
but one thing in this third paragraph of draconian consciousness, he talks about that how the universe is essentially like is our playground. You know what I'm saying? And it is used to put symbols and, fun things up. That's how he views, that's how the perspective shifts from that work. And also too, draconian consciousness itself is a part of a curriculum,
Theory.
meaning you can get the first three practices of the work of the head, because this book focuses on the sixth head, or excuse me, the fifth head.
Oh, the fifth.
um yeah, the fifth head going into the sixth head, but there's an entire curriculum of steps 1 through 4, and it's
Mm.
about It's called, what's it called? I can't remember right now. But the interesting thing about this book is preparing the initiate to understand, get used to the idea of transcending consciousness to the degree where you can even see skips of, you can see the illusion breaking down, even to the point of space and time being mere ideas or play images of our consciousness. Like, who doesn't want to time travel? You know what I'm
Type shit.
saying? Who doesn't want to manipulate space to the point where they can transport to another dimension at the sound of their will? Once you get to the point where your consciousness, and the work to build up from this book, the first four stages really prepares the initiate to get ready for that transcendental state. Because as you was reading in that second paragraph, the initiate seems like he's just flaunting through, casually breaking the laws of nature, but he's not. He's transcending and utilizing his own consciousness that exists outside of space and time once the initiate gets to that point of awareness.
That's what that nigga's doing.
And then you could just laugh it off.
He's casually walking through this motherfucker like woo woo dee doo woo dee motherfucking do. Let me finish that. Let me finish that paragraph. Okay. He says these are frankly enormous claims, but any initiate who has properly worked the curriculum thus far will already. Here go Trav right here. I'm finna finish this and bring Trav up on there. The motherfucking mages. Let's see. It says these are frankly enormous claims, but any initiate who has properly worked the curriculum thus far will already have understood that this is wholly implicit in the notation of the eye of the void. Every step along the draconian initiatory curriculum has been leading up to the realization that the initiated consciousness is not tied down by the space-time continuum at all. This is what he says. What is the space-time continuum after all? And I think he's kind of saying this in a joking way. Like, what's the actual way? Like, it's a rhetorical question. It's a rhetorical ass question. What is the space-time continuum after all? What is the universe? It is but an illusion projected from the void. And I love, here's my favorite thing to add. That right back there. The ain't so far. It is nothing but an illusion projected from the void. A structure which allows us to play and to hang our power symbols upon. So that a place may come into being in which we may express and evolve ourselves. See, he put capital S. I would have definitely put lowercase s, but I get what he's saying. Because
Right.
this is what this tree is an expression of those concepts, of those expressions of symbols to play upon. Because you're not playing inside the matrix or the illusion if you not using these principles. These principles, you can't get around these principles. You can't get around these principles. You can't get around them motherfuckers. What up, Trav?
Peace, my Gnosis. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We hear you loud and clear.
Peace, T. What's good?
Yo, what's happening, Travis? How you doing?
Pretty well. Thanks for having me on.
Man, most definitely, bro.
So what's that you were reading from just now?
Oh shit! So this is a book he put me up on years ago, Draconian Consciousness by Michael Kelly. You heard of him?
I haven't heard of that. No.
Yeah. Hey, it is some fire shit. Now I ran through it a little bit when I first got it. What's the first? I'll read the first thing I highlighted when I first got it. The nature of Leviathan. That's the only thing I got highlighted in it. I never finished going through it because I said I'm gonna work my way up to it. Oh yeah, basically just talking about it said in the very earliest of human mythologies, that of Samaria, the dragon mother was named Tiamat, and she was ruled over by primal chaos before the universe was shaped. She was there before time and space existed. She abides outside of the cosmos as we know it. That still to me sounds like Dina. Yeah, that's all I want to read, y'all. That's the only thing I had highlighted when I first got the book. I think that's what stages I was in when I first started my YouTube was when I last year in January. I was going through doing at that time, my level of understanding of the divine masculine and divine feminine, and I was bringing up those elements and bringing that into my videos. But yeah, that's the book though. That's the book though, Trav. Draconian consciousness.
Cool. Yeah, because that's on point. And I see why you started bringing up these tarot cards. That's as soon as I jumped in. That's what I saw. But whenever we think about draconian, you know what I'm saying, we definitely have to think about those upper three Sephirah, right?
Yeah.
Especially the feminine aspect, because draconian, that's the feminine aspect. Like you said, that's Bina. That's it's more of the Bina that has not manifested. If we're speaking yoga, then we will be saying Mula Prakriti, the virgin Prakriti, the Prakriti that has not been impregnated and tampered with, like the source code Prakriti. And that's why I asked you to bring out that high priestess card, because that's the part of the triad that she represents. She sits in front of that veil. So what's behind that veil? Yeah. Behind that veil is that primordial. And the fool is her child. Because as T pointed out, that the water behind that is the primordial. That is the draconian force. I mentioned the metaphor about the 5-year-old child in church because that's what the fool is. Like, looking from the book Practical Guide to Kabbalistic Symbolism by Gareth Knight, what he mentioned was that in the background we see the evidence of a super advanced civilization, right? Like pyramids and a broken obelisk. Like behind him is all kinds of stuff that was evidence of a superior civilization that no longer exists. Just like how we can look back on Egypt and we don't know anything, we just know that it was mysterious and cool. Well, the fool would represent like the last descendant of that bloodline. You know what I'm saying? Like the last descendant of that civilization. He don't know anything. Just like we say we was kings. We don't know shit. But supposedly we represent the current evolution of that civilization. So that's what the fool represents. He don't know anything, but he has all the power behind him because he's literally the last Kryptonian.
See, and that hits me too because damn, what was I finna say? Because God damn it. Oh yeah, that's what it was. My thing is hearing and reading and getting this under this realization once it was told like you don't like Maharaj say like you don't know yourself. Like if you come back like with that what's the name we went through about asking who am I? Who is this I? Once you actually get to a point, you will understand that if you come back with any answer, any type of answer, it's wrong. It's going to be something from the ego that's going to latch on to and say, I am this. But the true answer will be, I don't know myself. I don't know who I am. I know I am. I know everything is because I am. But what that is, there can be no words to put to it. So I don't know because I use my 5 senses to know things. And what this is prior to my 5 senses.
Yes.
So we give names to it to point to it.
1 second. I'll be right back.
All right. That's the best thing we can do. Is give something to reference to point you to it.
Yes. And it's
go ahead. No. Hell no. Go ahead, Trey.
I think that's the weakness and the strength of humanity because we so gosh, terrible metaphor now, but get ready for me. You know how like when you were a teenager or a kid before porn, right? Before porn, you was able to do stuff with your imagination, right?
Yeah.
But see, if you get older and you rely strictly on that, imagination don't work no more.
Bro. That became a reality for me.
Yeah.
That right there, that specific metaphor that you use, that became a reality for me, right?
You know, and you know, because NLP, you got to hit the primal, but
Facts.
that's what it is right here with the human consciousness. We're so conditioned and used to using things to focus our symbol and our imagination on that we forgot how to do it without focusing on something. Like we forgot how to create. All of us have forgotten how to create. And what magic should be doing is helping us to remember how to go into the unmanifest, into the void, and work with the raw material. We forgot how to do that.
Forgot how to do that. God damn it. And that's that's exactly what the fuck this shit is. And I think what is more profound on us now is this. And the way that I put it in this chapter of this book, in this scene of this movie, in this aspect of this dream, intellect is the motherfucking ruler. Intellect is the motherfucking ruler. Fuck creating. I need to do 1, 2, 3, A, B, C. And I may switch those around a little bit, but it's going to be 1, 2, 3, A, B, C. And I see that as a strong aspect of being, well, that's also brought into spirituality. Like I was saying earlier, I'm not saying that it's right or wrong, but I see where it has its limits. It has its roof to it.
Yeah, right.
It has its roof to it, especially when we talking about know the self. It's like, or we talking about going past Hokmah and Bina as an aspect of a concept of getting that understood. Is we get to up to that point, you're not going to be able to take that. You're not going to be able to take that. And I get it.
Right.
Don't get me wrong. I do get it. But it's like, God damn, y'all. Like, I guess the whole of a lot of shit is, because I don't think you was on here then, Trev. I had some dude comment on my Instagram, bro. And it was actually hilarious. And he said, what have you attained spiritually? I was like,
here we go.
Yeah, he hit me one of them, Trav. He said, what have you attained? I could just read it and tell by the way that he was saying it. What have you attained spiritually? I said, nothing. I've attained nothing. There's nothing to attain. Everything that I could attain, I already am. And you know what I'm saying? Whatever it is to come, I would already be that. So there's really nothing to attain. He said, well, I have created the Rosetta Stones. Know what he say? What did he say? Not the Rosetta Stone, the Philosopher's Stones. I got you, T. Hold up. Sure. I created the Rosetta Stone. I mean the Philosopher's Stones. I've reached Nirvana and liberation. I've raised my Kundalini, and I've done this, and I've done that.
Hey, that's a bad mother.
He a bad motherfucker. Because I told him all is an appearance. I forgot I was leaving it very short and faint, but I'm like, yeah, all of this so and so is an appearance in the mind. I get it. It's real for the mind, but I'm not talking about identifying with the mind. He said, so I did all of this, so I don't know what you're talking about. It's all an appearance. I said, bro, you have accomplished so much, homie. You have accomplished so much. I'm really debacle on how you are sitting in the comments on TikTok. I left his ass with that. How, nigga? You have already reached Nirvana. You have already raised the Kundalini. You have written Rosetta Stone on the Philosopher's Stone. And you have meditated on the Bindu chakra, is what he told me. The Bindu chakra. I said, nigga.
Damn.
You on the TikTok comments? I said, bro, salute you for your accomplishments.
Right.
Left his ass with that. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to say to a nigga who did that?
That's ego talking. So feed you can either feed that ego or you can attempt to fight with it.
or
you know
fight with it. That's why I said salute your accomplishments.
Right.
So
ain't nothing real happening there. Ain't no conversation there. I'm not even talking to you. I'm talking to a fucking figment of your imagination.
I'm talking to a figment of your imagination.
Ooh, great. And I've seen them people pop up over the years, and I realized they're trying to impress you. Number one, you, because they see that you're really doing something, and two, they're also trying to gain your approval. I'm gonna assume that was a male, right?
Yeah.
So that also comes with the masculine, human being. He saw that you were superior to him, so he trying to like prove, hey, you know what I'm saying? He's trying to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying.
Well,
ultimately, it's ego. It's ego. I mean, I kind of like seeing them people because it gives me a chance to kind of play around. But you already know. It goes without saying. Shut up, dude.
Yeah. I got a great story about that. Right. So I ain't been to the gym in about a couple months because I injured myself. But the last time I was there, I had this gold chain on because one of my favorite characters is Browley, and very symbolic. I love his transformation, one of my favorite ones. But I also wear it for a few other reasons. Been on my altar for months and on end. So I like to charge it up, put it on, go to the gym. The guy over here was questioning me several times, like, "Hey man, well, why do you wear this gold chain? What if somebody takes it?" I'm not just like, well, my immediate answer was, well, okay, I'd like to see them try. That's cool. It just keeps going on and on. Oh yeah, I want a longer chain. I can't wear anything like that. Okay, that's great. Where's yours? Why are you not wearing it at the gym then?
He didn't even have one on.
Well, then I proceeded to tell him, well, honestly, this is my leash. You know what I'm saying? This keeps me in check. And I don't know exactly what I said that stunned him, but all of a sudden the nigga was shadow boxing and was like, yeah, this is what I would do if I would take someone out. And he was just going at it. I'm like, wait, we're at the gym. We're supposed to be pumping iron, my guy. I don't know what I said to frighten his ego.
Yeah.
But it stunned him so much that he wanted to demonstrate to me his fighting skills. We at the gym. I was stunned.
Oh, you got a nice chain. Let me show you how good I can fight.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
But bro, like that right there is it, bro. Like, cause I be saying little shit on threads, right? And I be trying to be saying, like, folks be saying little shit on threads, bro. And it'd be like, bro. Matter of fact, it was some dude from my hometown. He probably don't even know me, but I know who he is because he do certain type vegan food. So he known for this vegan food. And I said something about, when Bobby Hemmett said something about the heart chakra, the only spiritual protection you need is pure of heart. And I was like, I wonder if people actually knew what that meant. He hopped in. This is where the ego so motherfucking slick. But you can, once you, bro, niggas like us and niggas like folks in this chat, you're gonna be able to read that shit like motherfucking ABC 1, 2, 3. He hopped in the chat. What it mean then? Obviously, I don't know that he said it like that, but you know he said it like that. Look at this nigga. Think he talking something deep. Look, watch this. What it mean then? You know what I did play it with his ass? Oh, basically, Bobby Hemmett said, if you eat 2 pounds of chicken gizzards, you ain't got to worry about shit no more. You going to the 10th dimension. Yeah, that's what it means. Fuck you talking about. Eat 2 pounds of chicken gizzards. I knew you ain't knew what it mean. Nigga just on here trying to flex for these hoes. Talking about Bobby Hemmett. You ain't talking about shit. Like, bro, like if I wanted to, what the fuck was that noise?
Oh, that might have been me.
No, it was on my computer.
Oh.
But if I wanted to, what the fuck? Oh, that's on my also name. If you wanted to, like, you can shred that whole. You can shred, bro. I can already tell where you at with your shit, bro. Right. It ain't that serious, bro. It honestly ain't never that serious, bro. Nigga, use these platforms because the platforms that they are to play around, say some little shit here and there, and kick rocks. Like niggas, like we don't take that shit that serious. You really want it. You don't know, but you want to prove and act like you do know. So you want to come at me and get me to tell you so you can really know and still find some way to shun me or shun my ego. My ego already shunned. Fuck it. I really don't give a fuck. I'm cool to be embarrassed and not know everything. I know I don't know shit. I'm cool. You ain't got to, but I know that meaning of what I said. Of course I know. But why would I sit here and do it? If a nigga would have been like, hey, you right, bro. I think it meant this. What you get from it? Or what does it mean, bro? Put me on game. Not saying that a nigga gotta come to me and get information, but it's a certain way you ask somebody. It's like, hey, bro, what size shoes you got on, nigga? That's the same way he was asking that question. Like, nigga, your size, nigga, what, nigga? What you talking about? How else you gonna respond to that?
Right.
But these boy, that shit gets tricky out here, though. I mean, not really, but for them, they don't know the difference between you don't know the difference between the ego and whatever the fuck is left.
It gets tricky for us. Oh,
yeah.
Go ahead.
No. I was just saying, Chuck.
It gets tricky for us too in the aspect of we don't realize most of the time. It took me a long time to recognize I was talking to ego and not a person. Like I said with your dude, we talking to a figment of his imagination. It took me a long time to get to that point because usually when you get approached by that dude at the gym or we get approached by people like that, we take it personally and like it'll instantly activate our ego. Now we back and forth now because what happens is those dudes, and I mentioned the thing about the male aspect. Mm-hmm. So we enter into this animal primal bestial masculine contest of who is the better, who's the more viable one to reproduce the species. Like it's primal. This ain't even human no more. Yeah, we get into that and now we battling and fighting. And sometimes this shit can turn to death, jail time. The same way that, you know, when two male antelope deer or whatever, they're gonna charge each other with their horns, eyes getting poked out, throats getting cut. Like this shit ends up in death across the animal kingdom. That's the nature of that masculine clash, that bestial clash. So the problem with us is if we don't understand that it is ego, we immediately drop into beast mode and then we start playing on that level. Like we've all done the right responses based on our story. See that from a perspective that's higher than beast and even higher than human, and let that person go about their day. It's different ways to deal with it. You know what I'm saying?
Fact. Like just telling the motherfucker they right.
Right.
You right.
It's over.
But yeah, you right. I don't know shit. I don't know shit. I really don't. You right. Honestly,
especially what you're talking about.
Especially what the fuck you talking about. I don't know. Damn, you right. And even in a knowledgeable aspect, or I don't know what correct word to use around this, but even in the aspect, like I always tell this story about Trav, right? How I ran into Trav's page. Matter of fact, I was around you at this time we first met when Juan put me on Trav.
Me too.
Our homeboy Juan, Magic motherfucking Don Juan. Shout out to my nigga if you watching it. Real life magical nigga. Swear to God.
Real.
Swear to God. That nigga lives like this. And I'm not even bullshit. The nigga lives like this. This is this nigga's character. And he put me on Trav back then, 2020. Like I always tell folks, I seen Trav and I knew I'm gonna tell you how the ego will work. I'm gonna give my personal experience. I've said it a million times, but I say this and repeat this because I know this is what people do. I just had somebody comment on my TikTok and say, this hood advice, this ain't good advice. I'm like, nigga, I wasn't even giving advice. Like, don't listen to this nigga, this hood advice, not good advice. Because I know I look like this. I look like this and I talk like this and yeah, nigga, this and this and this and that. You want your ego, whatever. I don't give a fuck where you come from. Your identification system is going to want things to be put in some type of box to receive it.
Right.
They say if you walk up to people on the street and try to give them something, they won't even take it. It could be $100 bill or $20 million lottery ticket. It needs to be placed and framed in a way that they want to receive it.
Yeah. And
my ego blocked me from when I first seen Trav. Here's the thing about it. What I heard, I couldn't deny. what I heard from this man, I couldn't deny it. I couldn't deny it, even though it was years later that I finally got to get on them full throttle. I tapped in here and there, but full throttle 2024, after I had my own personal experience and I woke up and this nigga dropped the video about the same topic that related to something I just went through a couple days prior and that I was reading in a book before I fell asleep, and woke up and this nigga got a video very similar to the topic of what I was just studying. I'm like, but what the fuck? Hell no. That whole day I'm riding around, that whole day, nigga, I'm watching this. I'm like, what the fuck? And that's how you get a nigga who come around with the top with Shooty and a goddamn every book he named in that motherfucker, Ask Trav, I went and got it. I had to go get it and see for self. Because what he was saying on that video as well, I couldn't deny it. But I tell you what the ego did. The ego was like, what you mean it's so many parts to a soul? Like, hell no. That ain't what Bobby Hemming said. You know what I'm saying? That ain't what the OG said. That ain't, hold up, I don't know. But that shit makes the most sense though. But no, I ain't, but right. The ego gonna do that. The ego gonna do that when it does not fit into your concepts. It ain't gonna work. The ego ain't gonna like it. It's gonna try to reject it. But I couldn't. But it couldn't be rejected. It couldn't be rejected. And when I say, like when Bobby said, "Stop thinking you know shit," and that's when you go to that next level. After I had that experience, watch Trav video. After that experience, and then that double pounder with cheese that I get from this nigga video, oh bro, everything just started. It's just like all this shit started breaking down, and next thing you know, I'm into the goddamn mystical Kabbalah, and goddamn what really broke it though, Trav? You know what really broke it? The cosmic doctrine, the motherfucking cosmic doctrine. It did it. I'm like, what? It was like, it's like what they say. It's an intuitive. I don't even want to say the mind, but it's more like an intuitive realization. It was like I can't logically explain it, but I just get it. That's it. I just get it. And I run back to what Panic used to say. He was like, listen, I remember he had a show with Elijah on there or something. He was like, Elijah was like, yeah, so what about the people who don't get it? So you got to put it into a way that they get it. He said, listen, I don't give a fuck. I said it. I said it. That is it. It's for those who understand it. It's for those. Yeah. It's not about going around making people get it. That's not what this shit is about.
They don't get it. You don't get it.
My bro one called at the T on roommate one day. We were just on I think this was the day Panic died, or we got the notification that Panic died. Bro, we were just in there on some nigga magical shit. And bro walked in, you know, he white and whatnot. And he ain't really on the magic shit, neither on the occult shit, neither. He walked in and was saying something. And he was like, oh, yeah, so-and-so. One just got sick of him and said, you don't get it. You don't get it. You don't get it. And bro just like, and face turned pink as hell, bro. That shit was the funniest shit in the world. Like, damn, what?
But it was truth. It was spoken truth.
Real shit, bro. Like, if they don't get it, then it's perfectly fine. There's no sin to it. You know what I'm saying? There's no sin to it, bro. It's like, I don't eat fucking fish, and that's fucking fine. Like, for motherfuckers who eat fish, they love seafood, fish balls, and whatever, all that type shit. They love it. That's fucking fine. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't got to eat that shit, and you ain't got to accept this shit. Swipe left, nigga. Go to the next one. Because that's how I feel. If I disagree with a motherfucker, it's not no, oh shit, let me hop in the comments, tell this motherfucker how much I disagree, and let me drop some receipts.
First of all, has that ever worked in history?
What's that?
Well, let me jump in the comments and convince you that you're wrong and I'm right. Has that ever worked in history?
It's never worked in fucking history. It's never converted a motherfucker.
Damn, he right. Let me stop everything I just did. New video. Hey guys, this commenter commented and I realized I was wrong. I'm surrendering my channel now to him. You got my channel now. So let me give you the login.
Hey, that's the real reality of the shit. Like niggas think that's going to do it.
See, it's a bigger issue at play, and again, that's why I say that's the problem that us spiritual people would have is the problem that we have is like we need to be aware and present in the moment enough to identify when that's happening, so we don't respond to it on that level. You know what I'm saying?
Thanks.
It's a person in my comments on the video I just posted recently. I already know they on bullshit because they lead in with my appearance, you know. What's this you wearing or what you got on your I already know where we're going with this. So my response was, did you get anything in this video did anything in this video apply to you? And they got basically, long story short, they're saying something to the effect of enough with the words and the books. We need immediate change. This world is in chaos. Our people need to escape the matrix. And it's like, on one hand, I'm like, all right, this conversation is done because I see where you are. I always like to give you a chance just in case I misconstrue, but I see clearly where you are. If this is your belief, the world is corrupted and broken, our people need to be free. If that is your belief, then of course you feel frustrated. Of course you feel angry. Of course you feel lost because you've chosen a paradigm of losership. I don't live in that paradigm. So what you hear coming out of my mouth,
right?
It's not going to apply to your worldview because you're a loser. I am not. You've accepted that. I'm not calling you a loser.
Right.
You calling yourself that by your worldview. So of course you're not going to agree with what I'm saying. Of course you're going to come from my appearance because you're going to hear,
right.
Oh, okay, well. And like Panic said, I'm really starting to get to the point where I don't care. Fuck it.
Yeah.
If what I said in this video didn't open your eyes, you're not gonna get it in the comments.
You're not. You definitely not gonna get it in the comments because a nigga not finna sit there and type out his whole philosophy to you.
Man,
right? And why?
Who the fuck is gonna do that?
For what?
Who the fuck is gonna do that? Go ahead.
And I would like to say as well, that was probably one of my favorite aspects about, watching you transition, Travis, from your channel when I first saw in 2020 into now, and me being a fan of Panic, knowing, and Bobby Hammond, knowing his delivery, and knowing that it's not for everyone, and once I started to see just the appearance change, like the shit startled me so much that I was like, oh yeah, this nigga's fired. Because who else would challenge the notion in a way such as that, where it really challenges a social dynamic, and it not only it doesn't necessarily pluralize or dualize anything. It actually unifies. Because when I see the androgyny state, and it keeps me in mind, like, okay, I got to keep in mind, it's just a fucking illusion. None of this is even real in the first place. So if I'm getting caught up based off of the appearance, I'm still falling for the trick.
Right.
Now, I'm supposed to be conscious. You know what I'm saying? I'm supposed to be, hotepping. You know what I'm saying? And what's wrong? What am I doing wrong? Flipping through the pages. You know what I'm saying? But as Juan said, they don't get it.
They don't get it. And the same thing T said. So I know it's multiple people who had the same shit. And that's what I said. Like, how the fuck? Like, the real me is purely receptive. But the ego is like, nah, bro, but bro, dress like it, bro. No. But it like Listen, if a motherfucker, I don't like seafood, right? If a motherfucker is in a seafood restaurant and said, hey, the first person that steps foot into my restaurant, because I hate the smell, I can't take the smell, so the whole restaurant smell like it. If the motherfucker say, hey, first person into my restaurant, I'm giving $2 million to, and I'm already outside the restaurant, he just screamed it out the door. What am I gonna do? Hell no, I smell like seafood and I ain't going in that motherfucker. This motherfucker is giving me what I may need. Let's just say I need the money. I need the $2 million goddamn dollars. So am I gonna turn around based off of my concepts that I've built up around myself and deny it? Man, hell no. He talking about $2 million, but it smell like seafood in there. Nigga, what the fuck is your problem, nigga?
Right.
What needs to be gotten is in there. And you right here by the door. And you telling me you not going in there based off of some concept that you, and that's what we do. So it's the same shit with the way that I talk. Like, niggas don't want to hear me talking like this and talking about some so-called, matter of fact, bro, on Trav YouTube, I think it's the last one where we had the group conversation. It was like an intervention for me, bro. The beginning of it started off like a fucking intervention, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. It was all of us was on there, and that's put it like this. It was not meant for that, but what it turned into, from my perspective, it was like everybody was chiming in and helping me see myself from outside of myself, and we talked about that. And everybody sat there and we talked about that. And I'm like, damn, that is right. Damn, that is right. It wasn't like, nobody was saying like, oh, boy, change yourself or change the way you deliver or nothing like that. It was like, let's look at this from the outside perspective and see what you can't see. And we all discussed it and like, but regardless, here we go. People ain't gonna like the way Trav bring the shit. People ain't gonna like the way you bring the shit. Some people didn't like the way, a lot of people didn't like the way Bobby brought the shit. Hella people didn't like the way Penny brought the shit. Niggas ain't gonna like the way that T bring the shit. Niggas ain't gonna, it's like, and it was never an inkling in me like, let me change it. But the thing was, it's like, I thought for a moment, I'm like, well, you know what? Maybe I can tone down the bitches and hoes. Them elementals got my ass wrapped up with that shit. Them bitches and hoes, that shit ain't going nowhere. I didn't got to call the niggas moose knuckles and everything on live. Like, nigga, I'm saying every goddamn. I don't really me. Like, I mean, that's really my mental impression from my come up. That's the heavy of a mental impression from my come up. I actually talk like that. So it's like I'm not switching it up to make somebody else feel, you know how they be like, I ain't gotta humble myself because your ego is fragile, whatever the fuck people used to say. It ain't even like on that level. It's just this is natural for me, bro. I'm not putting on, this is how I talk on the phone. Like both of y'all that talk to me on the phone. This is how I talk on the phone. Yeah. So this is how I talk in person. Like I can see if I was doing it for that, you know what I'm saying? But no, that ain't what it is. And the ones who it works for, I love y'all niggas. Y'all niggas love me. It's love. And even if you don't fuck with it, it's still love. Cause guess what? I know you ain't nothing but me pretending not to like me. That's it. And like that's on some real shit. I know you are nothing but me, acting like you're not me, the self.
Boom.
So, God damn it. I didn't know I was gonna be able to get you on here, Trav. You know, I was gonna call you and say, like, bro, let's set up a day or some shit, but this shit naturally works out like this, bro. And
yeah,
what I was gonna, damn, it was something I was gonna ask you. It's a question I did ask, bro. And it's like, because like how you brought up the point of, and the same thing is like naturally you get to this point. How long you actually been doing the YouTube shit? Obviously you've been doing the spiritual shit for the occult for a while, but how long you been doing YouTube in general?
2017.
2017. Damn, 9 years. Damn, it's gonna be 9 years, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's enough time to make you start cussing motherfuckers out. Yeah, that's about right. That sound about right. That sound about right.
That 10,000 hours in.
Man, at this point, motherfucker, you finna get your ass cussed the fuck out coming over here asking me what candle to use.
Oh man. But I get it because like there's literally new people finding my channel. So I'm a little easy on that.
Yeah.
But it's certain names I done seen before. You know what I'm saying? You still asking that kind of question. It's
that let you know. And that
Go
ahead.
And that's interesting because recently I've been fucked up off of candles. I've been doing candle magic for a while, got really in the nitty gritty, even made a few candles a few times, and I realized that I had a breaking point. The more I was buying candles, the more I was getting upset that I was buying candles. I started thinking, why don't I just make it? How much more powerful can my magic be when I actually put more intent in it? I'm kind of being lazy just buying something. I can easily just get something, break it down, add some more herbs, throw some residue in there, even a little bit of blood or whatever if I'm feeling spicy or something. You know what I'm saying? Like if I'm going to utilize it for a specific purpose, I might as well go all out and not half bake the process. And as someone that's been doing that for years, I realize even in my practice, I've gotten, I want to use the word lazy. I don't want to because my ego wants to say I'm not lazy. So I'm going to just say that I've been lazy with this shit and it has shown up in my results as well, too. And a book about advanced candle magic ain't going to fix it. It ain't. I need to figure out what consciousness really is. Why does it even work in the first place? Why were people even utilizing it as a practice in the first place? Does it even have results now? Is it even necessary? Are we at the time now where we can just utilize our minds or different parts of it? You know what I'm saying? I was hanging out with my boy last week, training, and his teacher is doing some amazing things. Well, this nigga lit a blunt with his own, like he relit a blunt with his own stuff. Now he's been practicing. He's been using elemental magic. He into Taoism. This fool done healed my broken shoulder. But not broken shoulder. I torn a muscle. This fool done healed me.
Damn. Oh, the one you said you was going to see, but when we talked a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. He used the elements of earth and air to heal me, bro. And he told me to go into it with no thought in mind. Why at the end of it, I saw a crown being raised and put on my head. Now my eyes was closed, so I don't know what I saw, and I don't know what it was, but I don't know if you saw Attack on Titan. When Zeke comes out and he's just looking like distraught, like that was me coming out of that. Because I saw a nigga put a crown on my head, but my eyes is closed, and I don't know what that means, and I don't want my ego to dilute the actual like significance of it. You know what I'm saying? So I've been studying it more and more as a result, but I guess that's just an experience just to let go, because consciousness can also just hold on to that as an experience. Now, nigga think he king of the underworld and shit. Like I'm on Earth, and I got to go to work tomorrow. Like what?
Yeah. Yo, let me share this because that story is amazing, and I think that is. I've never been like a fan of like needing to see some magical shit. Because to me, I've always felt like that's a crutch. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about me. I'm talking about nobody else. I always thought that was a crutch to be able to see somebody move some shit with their hands or do some amazing spiritual, magical looking stuff. I always thought that was a crutch because I know how the mind works. I know how people are. And it's like people always ask, especially when it comes to summoning spirits and stuff. Well, what if I don't see the spirit, or what's it going to look like? So I really try to move my students away from that aspect. It's not about seeing these things, because the visuals are just that's the subconscious mind pushing some shit to the front. You want to deal with the mechanics of it so you can do it consistently. All that being said, I've never, ever looked for it. When I see it, I acknowledge it, but I try my best not to get super saturated with it. So the last video I did actually came from a conversation I had with a person that I'm very close to, who is also deeply in this information. Thank God I have somebody to talk to about this shit. But we were in deep we were in deep conversation, you know what I'm saying? We was really talking about the illusion of the individual incarnation and the ultimate consciousness, and how the veil and everything sits in between. Number one, it's not a punishment. We're not imprisoned. It's actually a safeguard to protect us. It's to protect us from our power. It sounds cliche, but like I saw that shit in person, because when we talk, what we do is like we go into like this mutual trance, you know what I'm saying? And it's like we start getting into the astral plane and like talking there, you know what I'm saying? Our bodies are here, but we start talking in this subtle plane. And he was telling me about this egregore that he created. And man, he was channeling, and like I was responding to the channel, and this motherfucker blasted the damn cat bowl, the cat tray, you know what I'm saying, with the food, and just fucking jumped up and sprayed everywhere. I'm like, what the fuck was that? The cat, I'm looking at the cat like, what are you doing? And he looking at me like I didn't do shit, right? He wasn't even near the thing. The shit just jumped up, and you know what I'm saying? And I realized in that moment, that's what we talking about here. It's like I didn't want to tell him what I realized, that you just moved that shit. I wanted him to keep thinking that this is the egregore you created. But I realized we set up these barriers. We set up these gods and these deities, these entities to protect us from the fact that we are doing this. We don't need to, all of y'all, me included, we don't need to know that we doing that shit. We don't need to know that intimately yet. We need to really understand the fundamentals, and then it should dawn on us. You know what? There has never been any separation. I'm no different from that cat bowl.
Facts.
It's scary. It's not like, oh, that was cool, that was dope. Like, what that shit was terrifying, and it should be terrifying, because that's when you know that you're really looking at something deeper than the surface level.
And I would say, now I've had an experience similar to that, but I would still say the most profound one was one that I ended up calling you on when I first got to talk to you, Trav. Like, once I experienced that shit, like I've had a lot of mystical, out of body and trippy shit happen. That was just the most, like, I've never felt that terrified in my life ever. I've never felt that fucking terrified. And it wasn't even nothing like in the, how do I say, for lack of better terms to describe it, in the physical. It wasn't nothing in the physical. It was just a visual of me seeing basically of knowing that I'm not my mind. And it's terrifying to who though? Because in that state, it was such stillness and quietness. But it was the mind-body complex that was panicking. The body was overheating. The heart was
yeah.
And the mind was doing all the activity, those three heads that I seen of myself. But how I knew it wasn't me, as in the self, is because I was from the backdrop standing, for lack of better term, standing. Obviously, it's hard to conceptualize this shit, but in the background watching these three, I swear to God, these three right here exactly represent what it was. And that middle one was the balance in between that whole look. we tripled up. Take me through that, twin. Take me through that, twin. We down through that, twin. It's like, and watching these three doing what a Rogers, Thomas, and a Sattva would do. At that time, I didn't know what Rogers, Thomas, and Sattva was. I hadn't been able to tap into Trav video yet. I didn't know what that was. I didn't have no experience, no nothing. I thought my first thought was some clipodic shit. And I'm not saying that it's not. I'm pretty sure I can link those together, but I had no idea what those three aspects meant. So, but I was the one observing those. And what they were was nothing. Those three heads were nothing but because they were just heads. So for those who watching, your mind is going to give you something in the conceptual realm that you can relate to. It's just like dreams. It's going to give you something that you can fucking relate to. I can't relate to what the fuck a gobbledygook looks like, because that I can't conceptualize it in my mind. They're just words thrown together to me. So if you tell me to think of a gobbledygook, I can't figure it out. So it's going to give me something that I can relate and see. But this happened while I was watching a TV show, the cartoon show Marvel. And it's a show I always got to tell everybody to watch this shit. It's called What If. It's a cartoon version of all the Marvel things, movies, and episodes that ever happened, but if it went in a different way in an alternative universe. And this was Voltron. What's his name? Not Voltron. Who got the what's
Ultron.
the name? Voltron?
Ultron?
Oh, Ultron. This one, Ultron actually won and got all the Infinity Stones. Mm-hmm. And he was going around destroying everything. He was going around destroying the planet. He was trying to destroy the planet. He fought everybody on the planet, and he's figuring out he's going to alternate universes, just destroying everything because he said it's too noisy. It's too much noise. That's what he was saying. It's too much noise. It's just too much noise. So he's destroying everything. But check this out. There's the main person who narrates the whole series of this Marvel show. He narrates the whole show. His name is The Watcher. The Watcher, bro. So we get to this episode, season 2, episode 8. Tap into it, y'all. Watch it. And Ultron, nigga, Thanos walked through a teleportation device with the gauntlet on, because he only got the one right here. He walked through that motherfucker on it, sliced his ass like a piece of cheese. Dead. Thanos dead. The nigga who did all this shit, dead. Done. He looked at him and said, beautiful. Shloom. Murked his ass. He was done. Took the gauntlet and broke that motherfucker and put all the what's the names in him and started going around destroying universes. Next thing you know, he said, finally, I got some peace. What Ultron represents to me is the mind, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because he's trying to do shit. He think he can do some shit to get peace internally. He thinks he can do. And when he finally does it, the Watcher is narrating. He says, now that he's destroyed all the planets, all the planets, all of existence, he's finally got his peace. But what will he do at this point? There's nothing for him to do. He has nothing to do. Ultron says, wait, who said that? Who said that? So you're not supposed to hear the Watcher. You're not supposed to see the Watcher, because he's just observing. The Watcher started narrating. Now he hears his own voice inside of his head talking. He's like, wait, who is that? I hear you. Where are you? And then the Watcher's like, hold up, is he hearing me? Hold up, he can't. I've seen everything that can ever be seen. I know everything that will ever happen. This is not part of it. He's not supposed to be able to recognize me. He's not supposed to be able to see me. He said, oh. He looked into like this glass veil, right? Glass veil. He looked in that motherfucker. He said, oh my God, it's so many universes, so many dimensions, so many things to destroy. And start fighting. Bro, right then and there, when he said that shit, boom, I went straight into that. Whatever the fuck that was that I experienced, I went straight into it, bro. Heart started pounding, started overheating.
Shit.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
And it sent me into that state, bro. And that's when I had my understanding of I am not the body and I'm not the mind. Because the body was overheating, but it was something in me that was still and very complacent and not scared. But my body and my ego was, my mind was, it was panicking. It was panicking. Oh shit, kill yourself, kid. I don't know if I can say that on YouTube, but do this to yourself. Do this to yourself. Hurry up, bro. You figured it out. You figured it out. Take yourself out. Do it. Come on, let's do it. One Roger saying that, and then the other one saying, no, we're not doing that. And then the one in the middle, like, just chill. Like, both of y'all, man. Come on, man. Ain't nobody doing none of this. Like, just chill. Like, I'm literally observing those thoughts. Bro. To the point where I'm down to my drawers in the middle of January. I had to walk outside. I knew my mind still knew how to calm the heart down, calm the heart rate down. I controlled my breathing. Yeah, you go right there. And I need to get my body from overheating. I can't call no family and tell them they're gonna send my ass to the goddamn crazy house or the hospital.
Right.
I gotta do this on my own. I'm still aware of that. So I go outside in my drawers and tank top and barefoot. It's cold as hell out there and cool the body down. And I came back in the house. I said, I bust out laughing. I said, bruh, I see why niggas take their ass back to the church.
Right.
Real shit. Real shit. And I've had terrifying experiences, but nothing like that. Well, I can actually observe the fucking mind. And that's why I tell people like now before I knew the term non-dualism or pure consciousness, I had the experience first. I had the experience of actually observing my mind. And it's fucking terrifying. The shit was fucking terrifying. But check this out. The same way anybody in the chat, y'all know how it is when y'all finally get to talk to somebody. When you first conscious and first waking up, you like a baby in this shit. You just basically like how I just was now. Ask Trav. I did his ass like that on that on that first video call, bro. I was just and I'm like, damn, bro, you finna say something? He's like, no, go ahead. I'm like, I'm like, you finna say something? He's like, no, I'm like, okay, bro. I just kept going because I think I had already called T knew. Damn, where he go? But I had got the call T, but it you know, when you get to that point, I was like a kid again, bro. You can attest to that, bro. I was like a kid again, finally getting to talk to somebody who would understand this shit. Who would finally fucking understand this shit. And Trav pointed me into the direction. I wasn't deep enough into the Eastern shit. I was just only reading the Agora 2. I knew basic shit. I knew who Shiva was, knew who Ganesha was. I knew basic shit, knew Shakti, basic shit.
There we go.
And Trav, oh, there you go, T. Then Trav, hold up. Okay, you did that. You put yourself on mute. There you go. Then Trav told me about, I told him about the 3 heads that I experienced. Trav, I don't even know if you remember, Trav, but you told me about Brahma. 3 or 4 heads or something like that. You told me about Brahma. And my mind still wasn't primed for it yet. That's why I be telling people. It be them little droplets of them little seeds that'll double back. Mm-hmm. And it also automatically it end up bringing me back to Brahmin, pure consciousness. And I'm figuring out like, hold up. The Egyptians call it Atum and they call it Atmin. The Egyptians call Atum the self. They call Atman the self. And they call it Noon. And they call it Brahmun. I'm like, hold up. And Bobby did say that the pre-dynastics went over into the East. I'm like, okay. But now I'm connecting the language. There's actually a word called Amun, which means no mind in Sanskrit. It's a word called Amun. It's called Amun. And the same thing is over there in Egypt. Amun means the self-created. The mind. I mean, before the mind type shit. So I'm like, damn, all these connections. And that's when I started building up. And I'm like, oh, what the fuck? It's a Brahma and a Brahmin. Okay, let's do whoop. And ran through all that. And that's what, I don't know how the fuck I get to this point where I'm telling y'all the whole shit. But that's what actually brought me into it. And it was just like, oh, fuck. This make all the sense. They call it know the self over here. And we come with the African proverb, know thyself. It's the same shit. Look at me. Let me get back into, at this point, I'm already doing YouTube. So I'm with Trav. Trav putting a nigga down with the game. I'm a student when it come to Trav, especially teaching about goddamn the Kabbalah. And it's written all in that shit. Now I can't unsee it. So I'm like, oh, so what they're talking about is ain't so far, and they calling it chaos, and they calling it whatever the fuck that it can be called. Whatever it is something that the human mind can't fathom. And they giving the same description over here. I'm like, oh, this shit checks the fuck out. That shit check the fuck out. I don't know how the fuck I end up bringing us to that point, but
I do. I was paying attention. It's yeah, shit. That experience that you described alone, like I can 1,000% relate because I think mostly I had them experiences on shrooms, but I think the worst ones was when I was sober and that shit would kick in. Like you said, just watching a movie and that little piece of information will suddenly spark something, and that spark does not go out. It keeps going until you have to physically get up and go do something, right? I had to give myself a mantra eventually now.
Mhm.
Even if, so what? Right? Because the reason, like, I never really got into smoking weed like that was because I would get paranoid too easy. Like, my brain would start going and going and going, and I see some shit that would scare me. And eventually I learned, even if the government is watching me and I live on some kind of fucking artificially, scientific island, whatever the fear is, even if that was true, so what?
So what?
So what? I still got to pay rent at the end of the month, right? So for me, whenever I have those wall breaking moments, when I start to panic, I say that first, but then I really just, I'm saying, I start to analyze and I really try to soak it all in and take that experience. They're wonderful. They're scary. I love them. But anyways, you were talking about how that, I'm saying, that connects all the way down to how, regardless if we're studying from the East or the West or from ancient Kemet or now, the concept is the same. Know thyself. And we're not talking about the funky ass personality. We are talking about the self behind all of it, and how the Ein Sof are, that triple blackness. It really, they call it chaos. And as you were describing that, it made me think that we call it chaos because it behaves as chaos would to this plane of existence. So when we see like an Ultron with the Infinity Stones, when we see the Thanos, when we see Galactus or any of these villains that destroy reality, and we call them chaos and we call it evil. Well, it's not that it's evil for the sake of evil. Just like the child in church, you can't make him behave because he got a natural tendency to be
Mm-hmm.
the fool. The fool is closer to the chaos realm than we are, right? So whenever that child enters that church, he's going to be chaos and evil to the construction of the church. When that element of chaos enters the element of order, somebody going to have to give. I don't know who it's going to be. Most likely the auntie or grandma going to pinch the little kid. If it's old school, if it's new school, they're going to let him have his way, and the preacher going to be like, look at God, right? I've been to both churches.
Mm-hmm.
But ultimately in our lives, like, we as conscious people, so-called, I don't know what the fuck to call us, it behooves us. It helps us to recognize these different elements that are at play, because if we don't recognize them, we go into these snap judgments and these beast reactions because we don't understand what's happening. So it's like a lot of this is really about observing and being able to not react, because we react so fast. Just see it, just look at it, just watch it, because sometimes the truth don't make it so clear to us right away.
And I want to add to that real quick too. I remember my first acid trip. I was literally looking at Egyptian and Mayan hieroglyphs on my wall as the trip was like really taking its climax. And it was starting off with just a simple image. They shift, and now all of a sudden they're shifting and moving. So now movement is being created, or the illusion of movement. Now I'm laying down in my bed, but all of a sudden, the Egyptian and Mayan hieroglyphs are shifting so much and creating so much movement that all of a sudden the top of my roof looks like the sky, and it's pitch black and I see stars. And all of a sudden I'm on a boat, and there's this random nigga with dreads with a gold scepter on the top of the boat with a whole bunch of gold behind him. And I'm like, whoa, where am I? Literally consciousness got transported from my physical body to a whole nother realm while simultaneously still being deposited in my body. That experience trips me out so much because in that state, I was in such, I don't know what aspect of reality of my own mind I was in, but I saw a different incarnation in my past look back at me as if it was like waiting, as if I planned this like 2,000 years ago and was like, yeah, man, 2000, yeah, I'm about to take some, I'm about to trade, yeah, I'm about to get conscious hell after that shit. Like I planned that. You know what I'm saying? And all of a sudden, I'm looking at somebody, and it's looking back at me, and it recognizes me, and I recognize it somehow, even though I'm still in. I'm Terrence. You know,
Mhm.
I'm not that being. So how do I know who this is, and how this nigga know who I am? And I think that was my first experience of the universe looking at me, or the universe looking back at me. Even though I see the universe as myself, there's still a lot of degrees of separation between what I think I am and what that is, or what I am over there, or whatever.
Mhm.
So how do I kind of understand these degrees so they're not so funky anymore? You know, that was my first moment of saying, okay, what am I? I know who I am. I got a sense of kind of where I am, but like, what is the nature of my existence? Because I just saw something look back at me, and like I totally recognized it and it recognized me. We ain't say nothing, but we could just did general exchange, cordial agreements, I guess. We kind of went on our way. But what was fascinating also about that aspect is like I saw also I was on a boat and I saw not only myself, but I saw my dad and I saw like myself and then I saw his dad and his dad's dad and all throughout the generation.
Mhm.
Now, I don't know what exactly that entails, but I will tell you this. The outfits was fucking fleet, bro. I'm talking about navy gold, navy blue and gold. You know what I'm saying? They might as well have some Timbos. You know what I'm saying? Was fresh. So I'll figure that out one day. But um, after that moment, I realized when I got out of that state, I realized how high or how deep within I went. And knowing what I knew and took back with me because it was so stunning, I realized like shit, I'm back in the world. I can't just go out here. I was literally just down the road screaming at Zeus and Poseidon at a church saying
Mhm.
that
Yeah.
I know what y'all niggas is doing. I know who you are. You can't stop
Mhm.
me.
Right,
Type
right.
of deal. How do I come back into the world after that?
After
You
that,
know,
come back as a regular motherfucker. After that, that what you
yeah,
saying? Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
This-
And for me, I had to go back into that realm, and then work my way back to
Ah,
understand what I experienced.
damn. And,
Now, I also took 5 hits of acid and fell asleep at Doctor Strange, so I don't know so with that.
hey,
That
and,
was
and
the night. Uh-huh.
now well, I'm just gonna say it's a beautiful thing because those so-called let me say those medicines
Mm,
take you out of the realm. What they ultimately do, from my experience, because I've only dealt with shrooms, I ain't did acid yet, which I feel like one day I still will, but or DMT. I just only did shroom, I guess. But it's dismantling the ego. It dismantles the ego, the one who creates the limitation of identification with one thing, with one aspect of who we seem to be. Those medicines ends up dissecting or ripping us apart from that, because the ego and the intellect is what it really does. Now that I think about the ego and the intellect, it still has to happen in the realm of the mind, but it disconnects us from the ego and the intellect. Remove that separation, remove logical things that are happening, because when you own
mhm.
those things, logic is suspended. Logic is fucking suspended. That's why it's hard to come back. The intellect and the ego. That's why it's hard to come back and describe these things. It's like one of those stories. Like after you go through it, it's like you had to be there. You just had to be there, bro. You had to be there to understand it. You had to be there to understand it. And in that realm is where all of the mystical experiences happen, because you'll get to reading about these great sages or whoever and whatnot, and they had these experiences, and it's like, damn, I had that same damn till you went away. Like, damn, I had something. Oh, all right. I had something so motherfucking similar. And it's like what they and that's basically what they end up talk. God damn it, I forgot what I was finna say. I was finna bring it home. Damn. But that gets to showing you how let me say it for my interpretation. That gets to showing us that we are what? Whoever we think we are, our intellect can't describe it. Whoever we think we are, our ego can't grasp it. If I was to take anything from all these experiences that we all just explained, including my own, the intellect, the ego, which basically is the mind, you put all that together, it's going to equal up the mind. You, whatever the fuck you are, that mind is not going to be able to come up with a motherfucking answer. The ego and that logic is not going to be able to ABC 1, 2, 3 this shit. It's not going to be able to do that shit. And
I've realized.
Sorry. This is what I'm going to say. But the nature of the 5 elements, that's not what it wants. What it needs something is to build on top, not even something to build on top of. It is the building blocks. But for it to exist, it needs to be, it's hard to explain this, but it needs to build. So it needs the ABC 1, 2, 3. It needs something to attach it. It needs an adhesive, which I say are concepts, to attach itself to. So once you figure out that like you are not whatever concepts that you perceiving yourself to be as, that motherfucker ain't got shit to grab. It's like floating in space. Ain't shit for you to grab onto, what? That's why Akasha is really like the perfect example. It's ever existent. Anything that's in it can blow up, but space don't blow up.
Mm-hmm.
You can't grab on a goddamn star. You can't do shit but float around that bitch for eternity. There's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can grasp onto. And I remember hearing something from, what the fuck I heard it from? I read it, but it was talking about Akasha. And it was talking about how this knowledge, so-called knowledge, the best way of transmission is hearing it. No, he didn't say nothing about Akasha. He just said the way that the best way of it is hearing it. And what hit me was Akasha, knowing Akasha in sound. The Akasha in sound. Why do we go to church? Why do we sit here and watch YouTube? We've been on for 2.5 hours. Why do we, you see what I'm saying? Why do we love music? Of course, you got deaf people here. I mean, deaf people too, don't get me wrong. But the point I'm trying to make here is traveling through sound, traveling through Akasha, traveling through space. The less of the limited of the so-called elements. That sound, that vibration, whatever the fuck, that motherfucker's coming. I mean, it ain't really shit that's gonna be able to stop him. So, and what I hear is like, from my personal experience, like we just said, it was a little bit of visual too, but it was the words that were said in that cartoon that bam shot me straight into something totally different. It was the word that I heard in Trav video that I woke up to after I had that experience and seeing that video. It was the conversation that me and T had about 2 weeks ago that ultimately reminded me of this experience I had, me and him on the phone talking through the airwaves, through the Akasha, through the sound. We had a 2.5 hour talk. What stuck out to him was this one word, and what stuck out to me from him was this one sentence. And it shot me back to 2021. And in 2021, when Panic dropped that How to Die Not to Come Back, before this nigga can even get into the motherfucking video, 20 minutes in, he ain't even said what the fuck he finna really get down into. Well, he hasn't got into it yet. And this awareness comes over my goddamn body, and it was like a very short, a way less intense version of that experience I just explained to y'all. bro. I started crying. I was happy. I was smiling. I was shouting. I just out of nowhere, I'm like, bro, this shit over. Like this shit is over. My ex with me at that time. I was like, man, please. I was mad because she didn't tell me because she didn't record. She was just like, what the fuck? Because like information just started coming. And I'm like, oh, I know why I came down this time. And what it is this whoop whoop. And I'm just shooting that shit. And it all related back to the heart. But it was just whatever that one word Panic said in the first 20 minutes. He didn't even get deep. It was one word, one sentence. This nigga did 16, 18 hours on that shit. But at the first fucking 20 minutes of that shit, it hit me. Boom. What I needed was just that. I had the direct realization of what he was saying before he had to say it. This shit happens to every last one of us. That's why I be telling folks like we were saying, I don't know, I think you was on here too, Trev, or not, but my Bible says shit. I just spent $40 goddamn dollars on this book. I might not even read the whole shit. It might be one paragraph, one page, maybe even one word, one sentence in this motherfucker that I need. That's it.
Yo, two things, right? The first thing is, I remember when Panic said something to the effect of the words that he's saying or the content or the video, like none of that is as important as the vibration of light that he's transmitting through his voice. He's like the subject matter, that, you know, the SEO, we do YouTube, you know what I'm saying? You got to do the SEO words, keywords. There's certain things that you have to do as a YouTuber, right? Facts. And most of this stuff is padding for that. But ultimately, as for what we do, there's a frequency that's transmitting from what we understand, and it's just coming out onto this vibration. Because if you really want to take that magnifying glass and scrutinize, words ain't nothing, sentences, conversation ain't nothing. When we leave here, nobody's going to remember much of anything other than how we felt during this conversation.
Facts.
So we're still dealing with frequency, and there's something that's traveling on that frequency. So I've had, you know, I'm really not trying to do a me too kind of thing, but I've had experiences like that too, where you'll see that title of that video, and before you even cut that video on, you 50% got it, right? But then as soon as you watch that video, it's like you waiting for that keyword subconsciously now. I've noticed this. You wait for that keyword. As soon as that keyword is like, oh, I got it, right? So we dealing with that vibration. The second thing is, one thing that I realized recently, I had a lot of realizations recently, so I already said that 3-4 times this conversation. I want everybody to really think about this shit. Most of the time, we got the answer before the conscious mind figures it out. You understand this shit deeper than you give yourself credit for. Now, that's how we can come to a conscious understanding, because our mind is a lot like a garden. Most of the work is happening underneath the soil. And once the soil conditions are perfect, once the process is at a certain level of maturity, then that flower springs forth. Then that sprout comes out the ground, you know, to get more sunlight to go a little bit deeper. But most of the shit happens underground. So a lot of times when we're watching these videos or reading these books or having these breakthroughs, watching the movies or whatever, it's something inside us that's already, the dots have been connected. It's like it's been 90% connected. And that thing that you saw that triggered it, it's like that zap of lightning that makes it all just mesh. And we think that that's the moment that it happened, but we don't give ourselves credit. Like all of us here know more and deeper than what we are acknowledging. So that's something to keep in mind too.
Man, that's a fucking fact, bro. That and that's the reason. And I like to say this a lot as well. It's like, bro, I'm not tripping on the views and the likes. Like the more people, the better. Cool. You know what I'm saying? The more people, the better. Cool. But the thing is, I know what this shit is. Like, I think it's something that stuck out to me from basically everything that you just said. And I'll use a sentence from Dion Fortune. Learning is done subconsciously. It's done subconsciously. You're not reading the book to remember. We're not reading this book on Occult Sundays to learn every fucking word that's being said. It's one thing, two things, three, or maybe just one that'll hit you and boom. That's it. You're not looking to strengthen the intellect, not looking to strengthen the ego so you can walk around, nigga, I got knowledge of self. What do you got? What do you got?
What accomplishments have you made?
What spiritual? What spiritual accomplishments do you have? I've written the Rosetta Stone. I've meditated on the Bindu seed. I've goddamn raising the Kundalini. What do you got? I've read various texts that prove to me to show that I am.
Right.
That's not what we're doing. But don't get me wrong, that is what so-called individuals are doing. Y'all know why I say so-called. So-called individuals are doing. But that's just strengthening the intellect and the ego. It's like, bro, I get on this motherfucking read and mispronounce words. I can't spell word for shit. I just put that shit on my story. Like, bro, if a motherfucker asks me to spell Wednesday with a gun to my head, tell my family I love them. It's a wrap. I can't spell it. Without autocorrection, boy, I can't spell Wednesday for shit.
Yeah,
it's
man.
obviously not spelled the way that I think it should be spelled in my head. It's like, I'm not, like, this shit is not about me being, or the shit is not about being the most knowledgeable so you can debate motherfuckers and show them how much you know. This shit is always, that has been and always will be, which means all the other shit is bullshit in the middle, has been about self-realization. It has never been about shit else. Never been about shit else. And I get go ahead, T.
And also too, conversations, just to jump back to just like the nature of the conversation that Panic had as well too, in regards to the light frequency when he speaks. This universe does operate on an order as well, a certain order to things. And even the frequency that we're putting out now, it impacts the near future as well as the past too, simultaneously. But as far as the future is concerned, conversations like this is also operate on a higher frequency. It's going to linger more as well too, kind of like a net that catches. I guess we're going on that Jesus Fisher of Men over here, but these types of conversations are kind of like a net in the ether in which the right people are going to be drawn to it based upon what they are either interested in or just an order, based upon the order of things. And conversations such as this even is going to be impacting the future as well as the present moment, because those aha moments also come from the future into the past, and that's equally important, because that is an aspect of the consciousness that exists outside of time and space that can provide those aha moments. It is us in the future and past simultaneously shaking hands with each other. Who would have thought?
That's the raw reality of this shit, bro. That's the raw reality of this shit. That the aspect that I love about it is just like, damn. Because once you zoom out, you get to see the whole picture. Once you zoom all the way the fuck out, bro, you get to see the whole picture. If I'm this goddamn close to it, is basically what the ego would do. It'll put you so close so you can attach yourself to whatever you see. You know what I'm saying? Then you zoom out and see the whole goddamn picture. It's like, oh, I'm not just this. I'm all of this shit. I'm all of this shit. What limitations? That's why I keep saying, and I love saying that shit because I know people don't want to hear it. What liberation? What bondage? What freedom? There is no concept of freedom because you were never bound, nigga. There's no concept of an enemy because there is no one outside of you to be your enemy. What enemy? There is no obstacle that was ever placed in front of you. Remember, what my boy represent? The obstacle remover and the placer of an obstacle. He can place obstacles and remove them. So what does that mean? It gotta be there was never a motherfucking obstacle.
Right.
It had to be there was never. Oh, my boy right here got it 7-7.
Yo, what's going on? Man?
It had to be that there was never a fucking obstacle. Just the illusion of one, which is the illusion. It's an illusion that it's an illusion, bro. This shit is the coldest cosmic mother. That's what the title what this is supposed to be in. The cosmic joke. It's the funniest shit ever made. It's the longest running comedy sitcom series ever. You looking for yourself. You looking for freedom and liberation, or to break out of something. But you are the one that placed yourself in it, and you are the one keeping yourself in it. But you yourself, bro, that that self that has done all of that don't even exist. It's just a self that's sitting there watching. Bro, this shit is like, how do you fucking do you explain it, bro?
And
Man,
I think that's what the Gnosis is talking about as far as the blind idiot God as well too. A certain aspect of us in our human self can't see what's really before us. We're essentially blind. I just wanted to put that out there.
And, oh, go ahead, go ahead.
man,
Chief
I'm just
Priest.
trying to, pick up where y'all at. I ain't trying to, I guess, go off topic. But Trav said something, that shit. I mean, I've heard it plenty of times, but he said it like clear as day. And I say it to myself. I've even been saying it to myself just because it helps me in my clarity when niggas be going through what niggas be going through. And so one thing I'll say is that, let's say intuitively, let's say the spiritual soul information, right? Downloads all the shit. It's not a job for the mind. So wherever you at, whatever you doing, you be in a grocery store, you could be receiving the fucking transmission. It ain't for you to start, let's say, I guess, either doubting yourself or conspiring against the self, as in like, all the shit that niggas do or can do. And I feel that when it comes to trying to accredit or trying to find a body or a house for the information that is coming through when it's you. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, on that tip, I see a lot of that and I recognize a lot of that because oftentimes niggas give credit to the mind or the false ego when niggas ain't doing no false ego work. So it's like, what the fuck are you really doing? You know what I'm saying? What you really working with? And I say that to say, I guess as a I don't want to say the word creator, but as a creative, you know what I mean? And then the way of creating your own reality, doing whatever you do. And this is something I spoke on with somebody. I was like, man, it was about music, but overall, I was speaking to the fact of that niggas don't have imagination. So most niggas in their imagination and what they consider to be like their reality or what's real for them, it ain't even theirs to begin with, influentially, as far as like an imagination. So to niggas that cultivate that or have that or see themselves as that, it ain't, let's say, by the time you got here, as far as like your birth, that's when the storyline actually was getting good. You know what I'm saying? So the awakening and all the other shit that was like ordained by the soul pre-existently, let's say as a soul and spirit, oneself knew that you could go through it when it, let's say your mind had to adapt and adopt that strength. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
But where did that weakening, I don't want to say the weakening, where does the docility come from? Where does the submission come from? And I find that that's something that's neither here nor there, because we all understand, let's say our backgrounds and families and so forth and so on. But the moment that you choose to, let's say, awaken, or you choose to just become, or I'm gonna say it like this, because this is how it happened for me, and it's something that it showed me, and it sounds crazy because I don't talk like this, and I never really did. But when niggas approach me like this, I guess it's the language. And man, one of my guys, man, when I was a young nigga, he was like the first nigga to ever call me a god or like, what's up, God? He was the first nigga I ever heard say that shit, and it stuck. It hit. Like it didn't sound like nothing far-fetched. It sounded like the nigga knew me from another place or space or whatever he saw. But from what I would say in my own journey, I even go to say that. And he said this, everybody ain't gods. And at the time, I looked at him like, oh man, like, because I thought about everybody and shit. I'm trying to see everybody as, in their potential and possibility. And that was also that's one of my downfalls too, where it's like, with all the potential and shit I see in the world, I needed to see that in myself. You know what I'm saying? So, and Trav mentioned during a reading I had, my last reading I had with Trav, that was the main reason why I did a lot of things I do. Mediated a lot of shit. I put a lot of people on only because I saw what things could do from a place of heart, where it's like, nigga, like if I see it, it must be real, or it must be true or existing, or it can be. So I never got too much into the shadow of doubt, although we all got our own shit, you know? Mm-hmm. And so I say on the God shit, what separated me or what pulled me away or more into my path, I realized that a lot of niggas heard and what they thought, like, oh, what's up, God? You know what I mean? Like, how can we say, won't he do it? You know, shit like that. Some niggas is still in that verbatim of communicating their language or their light and not knowing what the fuck they saying. And I guess even me today, nigga, I'm like, man, I choose wise with my words, because understanding who I am, what I do, nigga, man, nigga could open up some shit just saying the right shit or the wrong shit. You know what I mean? Right. And based on where you at soulfully, spiritually, would definitely determine the energy of vibration or dimension that you enter. And I would say learning this shit or wanting to learn it, let's say your will that says, I need to know, I gotta get it, or something's calling me. What is that? You know what I mean? Most of the time niggas don't even, in the moment of that, niggas ain't even questioning that will. So I would even go to say that that's the divine will that C. Freeman L spoke on, Brother Panic spoke on, many niggas spoke on. But it's the divine will that, let's say, it moves more subtly, faster, or rather unseenly than what you might do here in the mind-body experience. So by the time you realize you did all the shit, self-realization, you was already aware. You know what I mean? And I think, well, I would say I think the wholeness that comes from that is the journey or the experience that bring you to the destination, or let's say to your foundation. And I feel that the foundation of what we'll say in imagination is you being aware in the pre-existence of your existence to then say, okay, I can go be a fucking a pilot today. I can go be I have myself to place myself in another self that says all these other selves matter. You know what I'm saying? So to reverse it to where it don't matter will only send you back to you, which you need. So if everything is not, like, as far as on a student to teacher, and I mean, or oracle, if everything is not leading you back to you, you're already on the wrong track. You know what I mean?
You're on the wrong track.
And so oftentimes when niggas just aspire, and I'll say this to say, because you said some shit about the intellect, and man, I got somebody's head on Instagram threads, bro, because somebody said some shit, and I'm just like, bro, like, spirituality, or even let's say spiritual communication, intuition, that shit is not intellect at all. You feel me? So when you are in tune, or you were having different transmissions with the acid, ain't no intellect, cause you didn't need no fucking intellect. Because who's gonna tell you that I'm not seeing what I'm seeing? You know what I'm saying? So one thing I would say that I learned, and I love it, and it made me truly understand the spirit and the journey of spirit being the fact of, let's say, why you, or why one would be so, let's say, singled out to see the different things, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, why is it always the one type shit? And it's almost like that Matrix type shit. Like if a tree fall around the way and you didn't hear it, or you didn't see it, it don't exist. It's kind of like that. But you could be like that. You know what I mean? And I didn't understand that. I was think, man, shit, nigga. I did put myself on crosses for motherfuckers who was man, fuck that shit. Fuck it. You know, because it's not worth it. And then when you know that you know, in the essence of being and all that other shit, then it's like the challenge and the test of will is.
God damn it.
Where I'm at.
Oh. Hey,
where most people are actually
you got to leave out and come back in, bro.
Religion, or through what people call, like, it's all, I don't even say religion, but it's demiurge. It's demiurge for me to.
Can you hear me? Yo, Brody, can you hear me?
You know what I'm saying? So
can you hear me?
The living, or let's say what my boy T was saying, the revealing.
Yo, you gotta leave out and come back in.
You know what I mean? How you want to shape and shift the narrative of your reality, or you just gonna let whatever else is, you know what I'm saying, dictate you.
Can you hear me, bro?
I don't know if I went on a rant or a tangent, but yeah, I just wanted to add that in there just because y'all was speaking on some shit, and I thought that was necessary.
Can you hear me? You got to leave out and come back in.
Damn. I gotta come back in. Hold on.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm fried. Fuck.
Hey,
Oh
they
man.
should be doing that shit too, bro. When my boy get on this motherfuckers, I'm telling you, but my boy Flo, that shit be pouring out. I love that shit, bro. I love that shit. Oh, we can't hear you, T.
Way go, man. Have me jumping over here.
He
Yeah, I
said
can
something
hear
that
you.
stuck.
Go ahead,
He
Trav.
said something that stuck with me. He mentioned, he said, if a tree falls and nobody's there to witness, it doesn't make a sound. He said you could be that way too. And I don't know if he was going there with this, but that made me think like the ego, it injects itself into so many situations, right? Like I noticed whenever there's some shit going on in the world, people they go out of their way to inject themselves, like to share their worthless opinion or speak on it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, what happens if you stop doing that? What happens if you just withdraw, not out of no depressive, like just withdraw from humanity and focus all your attention on you, right? You're a tree that falls that nobody hears. I think that non-existence is a good thing. I think that participating less and less in society and culture is actually a good thing.
I
I
agree.
don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I think it's good for your karma too.
I'm with you on that shit.
I agree with
Now,
that. I can agree with that.
because
It's almost
everything
like
that
many are called the few are chosen type shit.
Damn, did he break? Oh, there you go. Okay.
Yeah.
But now, damn, I'm finna say something about that because it becomes it was something I was talking about the other day about that inner withdrawal
Mm-hmm.
or external and inner, but it's all inner anyway. If we want to keep it 100, that external and inner withdrawal from this shit. Because what is it? Because what we're talking about, especially when we talk about karma, when we talk about reincarnation, we're talking about mental impressions. We're talking about mental impressions. Those mental impressions is what continues. If those mental impressions are, or let's say you because some mental impressions are just cut so goddamn deep. Obviously, if you think about it all the way down to the body, right? You're gonna have to piss, you're gonna have to shit, you're gonna have saliva, you're gonna have to sleep, you're gonna have to wake up, you're gonna dream. You know what I'm saying? So, like the human experience, or fuck it, the experience of nature. I'm pretty sure you can find a way, figure out a way that to find out, oh, trees fucking sleep. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the fuck the case may be, you may be in a different diaspora or whatnot, because I'm getting back to those 5 elements. Getting back to those 5 elements that make this impression. That's why I always give respect to Trav in the elemental course. And I always say this, depending on our mental temperament, and our mental temperament is set from our mental impressions. Our mental temperament is set from our mental fucking impressions. Them some scholars is very important to be able to understand what you can receive and what you can't at a certain time. So when we hear certain things, like Trav was saying, what's already been laid in the ground foundation of the dirt for that seed is that mental impression for that to be able to grow, to be able to, it look like it ain't doing nothing yet because it ain't peaked out. You don't see that little, what's it ain't peeking out through the goddamn grass, but that mental impression is there. So if these mental impressions is what we, I guess, can say are being more aware of, and also taking accountability in own hands to make these mental impressions for ourselves, which we could say we do with magic, right? Because magic is meant to leave a mental impression. You leaving that mental impression to be able to, how do I want to say it? Like for it to be able to triple out into the so-called visual world. It's a mental impression. Go, you finna say something, Trav?
Well, yeah, but yes, yeah, but please continue.
Cause no, fuck, shit. What was I going? Mental impressions.
We use the magic to leave a mental impression on the self.
To leave the mental impression on the self, right? So, and that's what, and going back to, I forgot, it was something that T said earlier, and that's how I learned to do my magic from Bobby. He said, "What's the best ritual. Your own goddamn ritual. Check.
Right.
Make your own shit up, because guess what? A vape, a blue raspberry ice vape may mean something more to me, has a stronger mental impression on me than it does on T, or on Trav. Oh, my boy came back. Or on Chief Westside. Gotti 77 may have a different mental impression on me. So when I make my rituals, I'm going to use things that have a stronger mental impression on me. And that leaves that impression on the so-called subconscious mind. And we know what the subconscious mind is going to do. Oh, that's what we're doing? Okay. Oh, that's what we're doing? Okay. That's what we're doing? Okay.
Right.
If you leave a strong enough... Did he come back? I don't know. Oh, there you go. So if you leave a strong enough mental impression, or if you've understood the factions of that machine, that mind tool, right? If you understood the factions of that mind tool, oh, then the game is motherfucking over. Now I can say I heal myself with peach soda. Now I can say no obstacles will apprehend me. And you can't make me think different, nigga. What war? What enemy? Because I've understood that the mind is the play of the five fucking... Bro, Trav, bro, I'm telling you, bro. I keep telling these niggas and whoever watching, bro, this is not a game. You look, you see niggas got it right.
It's always on deck.
It's always on deck, bro. Go ahead, Trav.
So look, what you're saying right now, that is the essence of magic. And this ain't no shade to nobody, but I know that most people don't get this shit because it takes a while to really let it soak in. The truth is in your unconscious mind, but we way up here at the conscious. I like to think of it as an ocean. We're on the surface. You have to figure out how to get deep in there and pull it out. You have to figure out how to do that. If you haven't figured out how to do that, then your life and your spiritual practice and journey is a process of learning the pathway to do that. But Dion Fortune calls the level of Yesod the machinery of the universe, the vision of the machinery of the universe. So you're seeing the mechanics of it. And we got to see the mechanics of it. That's the significance of the moon. I'm really focused on the moon lately, right? So you look at the High Priestess card, she's got her foot on the moon. And it's a reason for that. This card right here does represent the entire tree and the middle path. You'll see that on her crown, she wears Doth. That's where her knowledge is pulled from. She's within the system, but she's not a part of the system. She like the watcher, right? She that's looking at it, but she's not a part of it. She ain't even touching Malkuth because there ain't no need to. Her end is that you saw the machinery of the universe. So we have to bring ourselves up to witness her. She is the collective unconscious. Now, talk about this whole magic thing. And it's weird because a lot of people say, fuck the rituals, do what you want. And I like to say that magic is not a free for all. It's a double-sided coin, right? That statement is true, but it's also a damn lie. So here's how to rectify it. Even though you are supposed to do and create customized for your existence, right? Because like you said, that blueberry vape doesn't mean anything to me, but it means a lot to you. We have to choose the symbols, right? We have to pick the symbols that resonate with us. But there are processes and there are mechanics that humanity has. There are patterns that we've recognized, right? This whole thing is comprised of patterns. This is not a free-for-all. Just because we call it chaos, we got to check that definition of chaos. It's a set of patterns that must be recognized. And once we recognize the patterns of nature, we can ride those patterns. Magic is not about controlling and forcing existence to do what you want. Magic is about recognizing the patterns of nature that exists and moving yourself out the way so you can flow with those patterns effortlessly, smoothly. You can glide instead of, because this ain't supposed to be a struggle and a fight. This ain't supposed to be like you powering up like Goku. Like that's not concentration. We thought that's what concentration was. Right? No, concentration is smooth. Like you just put yourself in the right place and everything moves around you. This shit's supposed to move around you. So these three cards, I would recommend for the subconscious mind to really start to grasp this thing. Just look closely at these cards. These three right here together, because they really represent the original pattern. They represent the superior triad. If you look close at this pillar, this is something I never seen in a book, but I figured it out myself. If you look at those two pillars next to her, the J and the B, people say that stands for Yakin and Boaz. Sure, but that's not really what it means. The J represents Yod, and the B represents Beth. What is Beth? Beth is the name of the path of the magician. Yod is the name of the path of the fool. That's why I said those two pillars are actually the fool and the mages. Those three are all together. So what that's saying is the fool and the mages are the two structures that uphold this existence. They're the left-hand path and the right-hand path, so-called, are the structures that uphold this existence. The middle path is, in my humble opinion, where you're supposed to be, because that encompasses both and none. You're supposed to encompass both and none because you don't exist.
Yeah.
In rent.
God damn, hell no. I let this nigga to go on for another hour.
And so that'd be my thing. Niggas be talking like that and can't actually grasp that, or they don't, how can I say, they don't see themselves as that, as far as that supernal being. You know, they can't actually fathom that they're here or there, or let's say it's nothing, you know? And so this is where I feel the demiurge shit, or that attachment, or the Most High is, he will do it, or Allah, to humanize the spirit. You know what I'm saying? Niggas still do that. And I mean, shit, man, I was gonna read some shit, and I'm gonna still read it because it's funny as fuck. Can y'all still hear me?
Yeah, but you on that mode again. I hope you don't go out, bro, because we can't see you. I hate for you to go out, though.
All right, so I'm just gonna read it from where it's at. So this girl was on Thread. She said, and this is some shit I woke up to, man. Bullshit. It was fucking bullshit. It was so bullshit. My soul was like, tell her she's bullshit. And so she was like, y'all bouncing on it sexually, and I'm bouncing on it spiritually and intellectually, I'm my spirit, nigga. Nigga, I ain't gonna, you know what I'm saying? I'm a nigga, bro. I like pussy, you feel me? So I'm like, and as a spirit, I'm like, man, that's bullshit. You know what I mean? That's just bullshit. You ain't bouncing, what the fuck? Like, that's bullshit. So these, they're not even close to an idiom. They're not close to no metaphor, nothing. This shit is straight. I mean, if you look at to a scientist or a doctor, they like shit is retarded, for real. Because there's no way that you place yourself, or you raise yourself in awareness, and you recognize that, and then you I guess ostracize yourself from that to put yourself in some other shit, like say the illusion of the illusion. You know what I'm saying? That makes no sense. So a lot of people are still trying to make real of what never was, instead of being who always, you know what I'm saying? And I mean, that comes with taking accountability, taking credit, and then it's not knowing everything or needing to know everything, as in, oh, what my parents did, I gotta do, let's say, healing of the ancestors. You don't gotta heal every fucking ancestor and do everything because of what the fucking ancestor did, and that's not even the case, or it's not always the case or cause to your existence of suffering. So then it comes back to the choices, free will, of which you choose to, I don't want to say entertain, but I would say empower yourself, enlighten yourself. You know what I mean? What's guiding you? Who's guiding you? You know what I mean? And at the same time, on some conscious shit, because I feel like on some conscious shit, a lot of niggas don't have a mind of their own. Like, consciously speaking, niggas are not even constantly crafting or cultivating a mind to have or exist. So essentially, it keeps people stuck. You know what I'm saying? And it's their prison. So I don't know. I couldn't go for that shit, just because it's like, when you live in it for real, and then when you see the shit that you see on the internet, it's just, or even YouTube even, it's like a slap in the face, you know? So I look at a lot of this shit like a slap in the face, because it's like, there's motherfuckers who don't care for a sense of showmanship or anything, but yet you can go to them and get what you're looking for. You know what I'm saying? So that's fucked up. It's like being on the block, nigga. You trapping. You know what I'm saying? You got the shit, supply and demand. And nigga got the fake runts, nigga. What the fuck is you doing? But you got the real runts. He over here got the shit that's mirroring your real runts and taking your custom. They're like, yeah, man, that's what. Man, talk about me, nigga. Man, I remember a nigga. I put on some shit.
like, hold on, would you finish or are you breaking up?
No, I just I heard you say something. So I was gonna let you speak. What's going on?
Ain't that what people do though? They put the fake stuff out there and everybody go for it until then later on in the future people realize, oh wait, this ain't the real shit. I want real shit.
See,
now I'm not gonna give an example. I'm gonna give an example of that experience. So I ain't gonna lie. I don't even like to say it like that, but because I feel like California, LA is fucking nature. It's abundant for you to have that shit, whatever, you know what I mean, whatever the gas is, you know? So even if it's the low grade, it's just, you know what I'm saying, it should still get you somewhere. Now, I was at my boy crib one day some years ago, and this was Runts first came out, and I didn't know about Runts and shit, been smoking and all the shit. And he like, man, I don't think that shit real. And I'm looking at him, I'm like, that's how I know. And my knowing, I'm like, nigga, I know you ain't had it because you don't know. Yeah. And you over here trying to tell me it ain't real or it's fake or da-da-da-da. And then this how it happened. It wasn't even like I was trying to put him down. I brought him some real Runts. He smoked shit. He like, whoa, you know, he's like, oh, this him. It's him. You know, so ever since then, he been smoking killer. You know what I mean? And I mean, that's what a lot of people in my life. I put them on to a lot of good herbs. But in this case, this nigga before he even had the Runs, he's like, that shit ain't even real. This shit fake. Yeah. I'm like, it fucked me up. But I'm like, what I saw, or what I'm saying is that people will project against themselves, causing a certain deflection to where it will limit your experience or limit your will of experiencing which you are capable of. So I even go to say it's fucking mushrooms. You know what I mean? A lot of niggas don't get into the heroic doses, or even they don't even know what a heroic dose is, or let's say double doses. You know what I mean? A lot of niggas stay in the single digits based on unconscious fear. And then I even know or understand at certain levels, you only gonna get the experience of the voices in your head or visuals. You know what I'm saying? You won't break through because that nigga is shit. That's where you at. But if you don't know that's where you at, then each journey is gonna be different, but you're gonna be in the same place. And so
let me say this, bro. And I'm gonna tell you, it's that back to that conversation me and you had the first time we hopped on the phone.
Yeah.
The Matrix needs background actors. These niggas cannot. It may be a safety mechanism for them. You see what I'm saying? So and I'm just saying it from my point of view, the way that I see this shit, that it makes it even funnier. And I'm not saying that you not saying, I guess I'm
no. It's all included because this tie into what I was gonna say.
So it's like these niggas need to. We gotta have some niggas like what's the name who says they gonna eat the steak and knowing that it's fake. They know they not really tasting this shit. Or maybe or even if they are the ones who don't know it's fake, it's a little bit in them that's making them say, fuck that, I don't give a fuck. This veil is there. What I'm trying to say, that veil may be there to protect that so-called individual. They need to be blocked.
Yes.
They need to be blocked, bro.
Okay.
That veil
That's what my
is
last
there
video
for
was
those.
about.
Oh, show up. So see that
let me ask you this. Let me
finish this part though. I got you. I swear to God.
Go ahead.
Veil needs to be there. And guess what? The ones who pump faking this so-called spiritual shit, they the veil. That veil needs to be there for niggas like us four on this panel.
Yes.
And niggas like in this background right
here
on this chat.
Yes.
They need to be there.
Yes.
And see, man, no, real shit. I was gonna ask, do you think that niggas who we all know have veil, everybody got a veil, so to speak, right? But are they not aware of the veil, or do they think that they are this? What Bobby even say, automaton? You know what I'm saying? And that's how I see it, because my thing is you can't. I don't know the right word, but I would say it like this. It's not always good being a real nigga. You know what I'm saying? So when you step into something, or as far as self-initiation and things, right? And I'll go see to say, nigga, from the dark shadow experiences, them challenges that I don't even know what to call them, but you know what they were traumatic responses. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Those things came from places that had to be dealt with. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if one is in the way of their own experience or revelation based on the veil, how does one know, or how would one be able to distinct between, like, you know, receiving, or, you know, how would one know? And that's what I think a lot of people are stuck at based on the veil.
Check this out. When you was a kid, how would you know to stop playing with the goddamn iron? How would you know?
All right.
How would you know? Your parents gonna stop, don't touch that, stop, don't touch that, you're gonna burn yourself, don't stop, touch that, let them burn themselves. Hand fucked up, maybe one more time, two more time, you will get it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It gotta be like that. That's the fun of this shit, because they think, or we may think, that they're stopping themselves, or they are blocked, or they're stuck. They're not. They not. That's the illusion of it. Because the whole time, you as Chief Westside of Gotti 77, me as No Way Pop or T or Travis, back in those times, it may look like that at that point. Oh, right. But come on, 2025, where we at? So-called 2025, where we at now, boy? That shit comes back full circle. Now, you, as being the one that you are, and seeing and observing, out of compassion, you see people being stuck because you want people to be able to realize who they fucking are for real. That's the real compassion. Mm-hmm. You want that. Mm-hmm. And I hear it in your heart. I heard it when we talked on the phone. Every time I talk to you, nigga, you bleed that. You bleed.
I'm not gonna question it. Right.
But here's the thing about it, though, bro. You bleed that shit. But here's the thing about it. Ultimately, what that friction does, not real friction like battling back and forth, but ultimately what
yeah. No, you're right, because I mean it's energy.
It reverts you back to you. It reverts you back to you. Because when you see that, when you see them, you see yourself. You see what I'm saying? Then that's what I'm saying. That's what's actually happening here the whole time. Ultimately, we talking in dualistic terms, but let me bring this shit on up to this non-dualistic shit. Ultimately, nigga, there is no other people. It's just you. That's you acting like they're stuck. They acting like it. But what does that do for the movie, though? It gives the movie some juice, nigga. You're going to stay logged in. You're going to stay tapped in. Right. Because there's friction there. There's the antagonist and the protagonist. That's what the Maya illusion is. It's got to create this separation, or because what I keep telling niggas, when you get to the top of this tree, ain't shit going on up there. All the happening is happening down here. It's got to.
One way or another, yeah.
No, that's the only way, bro. That's it. That's it. That's it. Nothing's happening up there. When I say nothing, I mean no thing. Like there's not things. All the things are down here in Mount Kuth. And this is where it's happening in it.
Right.
This is where it's happening in it. And the only way it can happen is Bina gets a little bit of Hokmah. Bina gives a little bit to, Kostu Daf to Hased, and gives a little bit to Gibra, Tifruf, Netset. All the plays are the shit is coming in like that. And that's why I say this is a play of the elementals down, so-called down here. There's no up there down here, but so-called down here. Now,
right.
How would you become knowledgeable if there was no friction in your life? In our life, how will we know ourselves if we literally just seen self, if the illusion wasn't pulled over us to call separation? There will be no soul. That's why I say so-called spiritual journey. You think you're going somewhere, but you ain't doing nothing but you think you're going somewhere by going in the front door and out. Like, you think there's a difference between, like, if I'm standing in the house, here's the door, and on the outside on the porch, there's a door. You think there's a difference between this side of the door and that side of the door. It's the goddamn door. That's how we identifying around this motherfucker. And that's the illusion. That's the play. That's what makes this shit funny. Because those people who we seem to think ain't on shit, they doing a divine job, brother.
Yep. It's
For
perfect.
sure. I would. Fuck. Yeah.
Go ahead. They doing a divine job. I swear to God.
They are. I suppose I'd be more of a fucking investigator, you know, just as a nigga, bro, as a spiritual being in a human experience. You feel me? I
You
love
learn
to
it.
know, you know,
Yeah,
and that's just like, and it ain't nothing against others knowing, you know, but I say it like this: when I'm talking to you, I ain't coming from my false ego. You know what I mean? I'm
yeah.
saying, like, and when y'all speak to me, I understand this is all God or y'all higher selves or the higher self, right? In communion or counsel with oneself. So my thing is, and I'm sure we probably all went through this or may go through this,
Fact,
and
we
maybe
have.
not us particularly, but just because we speaking, the overextensiveness, or I would say that, yeah, the overextensiveness of what a spiritual motherfucker may do, just trying to commune, I don't want to say cope, but trying to shed light or be, you know what I'm trying to exist and shit, right? Is then that Christ complex where you go try to enlighten others, save others and shit like that, you know?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
feel that a lot of that is so fragmented in every little other thing, you know, as far as like, I mean, you can see the Christ complex in every activity we have done, nigga, music, every fucking thing. You can just see it where we always have this, like some longing for salvation or even community, anything. You know what I'm saying? And I like that you said it's only you, because this is how I fucking think. So I mean, it ain't far from fetch at all. I
No.
understand that, but let's say on a place of authority, you know what I mean? All right, what you allow, who you allow, when you do it, all that logical shit is at your pace of will, a creation of intention or non-intention. You know what I'm saying? So the pure heart of that, as far as like the vibration and shit, I feel like that determines a lot of the areas and spaces and places you travel, are able to travel and access a learning experience and information. Most of the times people limit themselves from that by, I guess, the veil, as we talking about, but I feel it's not their veil. It's some outside other shit that was given to them as a veil. Like, hey, chick, you know, this you got like, all right, you missed a spot, so you can't get that. You know, it's always that type of shit. So I see a lot of where niggas is meant to grow on a collective shit. You know what I mean? But I guess it ain't meant for everybody. So I will have to agree with the fact that, let's say it's those niggas, let's say, playing decoy, cloaking to keep us where we are.
Mm-hmm.
I guess in perception, I didn't see it like that. Just was like, let's say, keep the nigga where you at. I'm like, the fuck? Ain't gonna keep me where I'm at, nigga. I didn't see, let's say, myself creating those things, illusions, so to speak, as, let's say, a protective or secure mechanism. You know what I mean? I didn't see it as that. I felt it was all their own shit, and it is. Overall, I guess it all ties back to the place of authority, and that's free will. So, and everybody ain't operating that or conducting that.
Facts, bro. No, and on an individual level, no, they ain't.
Like
You
it's
know,
like it's easy to give your power away. Let's say some nigga, if you fuck around and you open the door right now, right, and the door happen to fly off just because of how fast you moving. Not that you don't have the power ability to practice that and make it a superpower. You in your mind to be like, nigga, that was me, but you did it. You know what I'm saying? So that'd be my thing with motherfuckers, where it's like, how could you say you believe or you trust or you are divine and you're quick to deny the divine? Even Jesus said it, nigga. You
yeah,
deny me or you deny my father, nigga, my father will not acknowledge you. So you deny
fact.
yourself before Christ or before God. How will God know yourself or know thyself as one? So it's like, oftentimes people don't want to accept maybe the veil or illusion of the illusion that they created, and that's not healing if you ask me,
It's not.
because
It's not.
you know you can keep a bunch of you can keep the body positivity, you can do all the shit, or what the bitch say, she said y'all bouncing on it sexually and I'm bouncing on it intellectually, spiritually. Like, fuck, no, bullshit. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not.
Use
Because the
that
bitch
one.
who's bouncing on it,
Hey, that's what I be saying, bro.
Religion
They be using these intellectual. They be using these nice, trying to cover up shit with nice words, bro. They always try to cover up shit with nicer language. Have you heard about this shit? Instead of people are poor and starving, they use the word food insecurity.
Bruh, what? I never heard. Bruh, what?
Food. Bro,
that's a first for me, nigga. What?
That shit keeps popping up on my YouTube algorithm, bro. Food insecure kids are suffering from. Kids are suffering from food insecurity. I'm like, bitch, starving, ho? That what you trying to say? Food insecurity,
man.
Who the fuck have you known?
But
go ahead.
This is what I wish people would understand. That type of language is constructed for a certain type of people, right? Thanks. These communication tools, it's not for you. It's not for me. It's not for us. That's for somebody sitting, in a very nice lifestyle with lots of money and privilege. They don't want to see children are starving and dying because of my actions. They want to see something that's a little bit easier and smoother. Like, we know what it's doing and we know who it affects, but that language is for a certain group of people.
Facts though. Facts. and see the same thing with the girl. What the girl was saying, right? She probably got goddamn 40, 50, 200 likes on that shit. You see
right.
That's for a certain group of people. You see what I'm saying? They want this shit, dress it up and make it real for me. What Future say? Whatever the fuck that means. Whatever the fuck it means.
Right, exactly. Imagination, you know what I'm saying?
The truth is, my thing is spiritualize whole shit. That's all.
Yeah, bro. Yep. Thank you. And I told a girl on some shit because she said some shit. And said some shit like she was mad at herself for doing what the fuck she did as an adult. I'm like, hold on. She said some shit like, oh yeah, I had a dude. We wasn't together, so I was fucking her. And she said, who would do something? She said, I was looking at myself like, who would do something like that? I'm like, a grown person? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like not even to put too much on it, like, a divine priestess wouldn't do that. All that other shit. I'm not a grown bitch, you're horny, you want to fuck, you just the dog, and they want to fuck you, who won't tell them no? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, when it's in you, let's say, when it's in you. But can you accept what it is or who you are in that moment in space? Most people, and this is where it really is on some spiritual shit. Man, everybody ain't even who they are spiritually. As in the influence or the inspiration that they got ain't coming from them, or it's not being sourced from them. Imagination. So essentially, the guilt that niggas feel, they ain't even questioning it. They taking it on just lock me up, throw it. And it's like, nigga, you ain't do nothing wrong. So that'd be my thing when it's like, ain't no way you about to claim something so supernal and big and greater than you, and you limit yourself to being something so minute. That's crazy. Yes. That's crazy. It's fucking crazy.
Now, let me say this, because that's the same thing that I say about the whole melanin shit, right? Obviously, we understand.
And it's not about being super guru either. That's what I want to say. It's not about being like, none of that.
Yeah, no, facts. Definitely understood. It's on our end. But it gets to this point with the whole melanin thing. It's like, bro, it's like, you're not going to sit here and tell me melanin is the most powerful thing. Because really what we're talking about is ether. Really what we're talking about is akasha, right? So you're not going to sit here and tell me we the most powerful. All of the other 4 elements come out of akasha. You're not going to sit here and tell me that we can literally directly identify with melanin, but the white man is doing this. But
it's the
frequency war. But there is a spiritual war going on. You're going to tell me you the most powerful thing, the foundation of existence,
right.
But you are telling me you're worried about a war? You worried about good?
That's crazy.
About getting hacked.
What'd you say, T?
About getting hacked.
About getting hacked? You worried about all of this
monitoring
shit?
Spirits?
Monitoring spirits.
They're watching me, but I'm God. I'm melanin.
Hey, and see, I'm gonna say this like this. I'm glad y'all talking all of this shit, because I'm talking with y'all. This coming from a nigga who didn't went through the shit. So nigga, the gang started all the shit, bro. Like, I mean, A nigga didn't went through it. But even when I was going through it, I'm like, nah, hell nah. I ain't no sucker. And it had really, if really when it come down to it, I knew what I was doing in my life. So I'm like, I know this can't be happening because I was doing that. This got to be for something that wasn't done or was rather unseen or whatever the fuck I've been
Yeah.
aiming for that I don't think I have yet. You know what I'm saying? And so that's when I started to understand, like, whoa, because even this would really fuck me up on that level. Everybody got some sort of monitoring spirit, but whatever. I ain't going there. I don't. I said this to
I've never
say
heard of that before. What's a monitoring
when it
spirit?
comes to your nigga, your family, your friends might be the monitoring spirits, nigga. But if you don't know that, you might, what I'm saying? Niggas don't know the realities and the matrices or and what made me get to that point of matrix was understand, let's say, when we talk about the street shit. So as I was growing and evolving in consciousness, spiritual wise, I was still dangling this shit as in my path because I didn't know what I wanted to do magically or what I could do, even though I was still doing shit. It got to a point where I'm like, I can't. Well, nothing wrong with me serving and doing what I do, but if I'm putting myself in an environment where I could be robbed, killed, jail. C. Minell said it. The wise man is where danger is not. So, as a nigga learn, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay, well, shit. I've been staying away from danger among all the danger I've been in. How the fuck do I navigate to get to the other side? You know what I'm saying? And it's really just a releasing and letting go of the criminal mind. And I don't know if y'all want to go there, but I love talking about that because a lot of young niggas, YNs as they call them, I don't like that word either, but young niggas, a lot of niggas is so caught up in the influence of a criminal psychosis, and that's not fair to me or to any fucking body because free will. You know what I mean? And then it's like I guess on this level of circumstance, and then on some shit on the angelic frequency, and this Asaya being Malkuth, us all having emotions, we can change the circumstance of which we was born in and even are in now, emotionally, happy, sad, whatever. You know what I mean? So chemically and all the shit, but from cause into effect of this being, I feel we don't even understand the depths of where the fuck we really at or what we really doing. Not saying us, but collective. And it's so easy to, I guess, give your power away to something that man it don't exist.
I wanna touch on that because something that Travis said really is impactful in regards to that, especially in regards to the fear that niggas have. Fear of their
And a
own
lot of the criminal
power.
psychology
And
is
wait,
stemming
wait,
from
hold on,
fear.
hold on, hold on, hold on. I'm gonna go somewhere with this. So, where is this fear coming from? Where is this containment of, oh, I got to reserve my power? Where is that coming from? And I think Travis really hit it on the nail when he mentioned that there's the separation between this void or the separation between this upper reality of unlimited power and the way that it funnels into creation or just manifestation in itself. And it truly is
Mhm.
terrifying because when you are accessing power that's not constrained to even just the natural order of the universe, that can be really shocking to the mind and even the body, because the body can experience trauma from certain powers that it's releasing that it may or may not be able to handle or withstand. And so when we experience this, we may even call it deja vu or intuition of different magnitudes. But this subtle energy that we know that exists within us that's permeating throughout the entirety of this universe, you know, this accessibility is limited because when you really see what you're capable of and you really sit back and think that you are that force and you are that power that you even may be afraid of, it makes sense to place limitations to what you can and cannot understand yet. And it may take lifetimes for you to understand what you truly are capable of and the ability even that you possess now. I think that's something to consider because in regards to how that applies to the criminal mind, to the American Negro here in America, we come from a caliphatic type experience over the past 400 or 500 years. So we there's this underlying current of, yeah, I'm about to do what the fuck I want, nigga. What y'all about to do about it?
Yeah.
You know, that
Right.
current is there. That current is there, but there is also the fear of, oh shit, well, if I pop off like this, what's about to happen? You know what I'm saying? I gotta put a veil on here. I gotta pay my light bill tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Shit. You feel me? Like, so how do we regulate
The
that?
fear is making that this. I say, nigga, dismantling it because you know it's not a thing when you know, like on some sovereign shit. So
Right.
when it comes to like conduct and whatnot, and this is where I learned. This is where I learned, and this is something. This is a question that I pose to certain people that went through the same shit. Like that was like was shooting spiritual at the same time, and they was talking on the same shit, going through whatever. And I would ask them, I'm like, hey, are you robbing people? Are you hurting anybody? Are you like, what's going on in your actions in your life that you can say you're doing to be looking up your shoulder? I got monitoring spirits and this is happening. Like, what are you doing to then bring on that correspondence? Because when you understand the magic, the path, and everything being, you know, as it is, how are these random unconscious motherfuckers then popping up in your reality to say what they're saying to you to trigger you knowingly and you don't know it? That's crazy. So
That's the
I pity the fool because nigga, I mean, like it's just like nigga, there's no way around it, bro. Either you are who you are, or you're gonna grow and transform, and you know, let's say, be consistent and trust the divine within who you are, or you gonna go around some P Diddy shit. You know what I'm saying?
See,
basically,
now
a lot of niggas are trying to fulfill some.
listen, because that now listen, bro, that's the holistic.
And I didn't even want to say P Diddy. I didn't know who the fuck. I didn't know who to throw in there. I just said that.
That was perfect. Because look, so I didn't want to say Diddy, but the thing here remains though, because
that nigga catching all
that's the lack of trust, or that's the lack of knowing, because you will hear it come from Christian rhetoric as well. You see what I'm saying? Then it's like, oh, I thought no weapon formed against me shall prosper. I thought all you had to do was believe in Lord Jesus for, you know what I'm saying? Say, what are you worried about? You really don't trust in that. You haven't built up that conviction yet. The same thing as so-called alternative spirituality, whatever the fuck we do. You know what I'm saying? Or what anything that goes under the different umbrella from conventional religion. So if you are worried about that, that's what I meant by my post when I said Bobby. I wanted people understood what Bobby Hemmett said, that pure of heart was the best spiritual protection. What is that? You are knowing what we say here. No obstacles that could apprehend you. You have set in that conviction. You understand that there are no enemies to put out before me that could stop me. It's not just a saying; it's a knowing.
Bruh, let's look at it. Let's look at it humanly. Let's look at it humanly. Doing the shit niggas do and did. Where we at? I mean, I'll be saying it like this. I'm like, bro, there's no way to deny it. Cause nigga, if I was somebody else, I'd have been killed me doing the shit I was doing. So why am I not, you know, let's say under the gun or under somebody else's, you know, belt like a body? It's a reason for that, but I've been choosing so much within my own compass to do what I do and navigate the way I am. But let's say, so then in the moment of identifying it, nobody does that. You know what I'm saying? But I think when we reach the destination, or we reach them points to, like, you know, then the sit down moments, that's when, you know, I guess it's meant for that. And I guess, honestly, but oftentimes people run from that, and as far as the sit down or the solitude, and they'll act like they'll just ignore it. You know what I mean? And so that's something that I resonate with for sure. Just off the strength, because nigga, what? I mean, just knowing the shit niggas do, not even myself. This nigga doing way worse shit, and they're very much alive. And so back to the pure heart, and even the soul's agenda. Why you here? Something I've been studying is like, man, maybe is that everybody down here is not. I mean, of course, everybody down here is not an old soul. You know what I'm saying? So they come here with the human experience of, oh, I never had Jordans, so I'm gonna go kill a nigga over them. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, certain shit just don't click in the mind as in like, you know, a memory. It's so fresh to whoever the fuck they are that they have to experience that. So that's where the teaching and the learning I've come to accept. Where like everybody ain't for everybody, or, you know what I mean? Or everybody's not meant for me, just like they ain't meant to hear this shit. And I mean, even with myself, I had to big and honor myself. I'm like, damn, why am I where I'm at, learning while I'm learning? What am I doing? Why am I doing it? You know? And at the main point of it was for the growth and transformation within one's own truth. How much of my truth can reveal or is revealing unto me, and how consistent am I growing within that to be, I guess, my most authentic self or my most high self. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Go ahead. What you finna say, Trav?
Oh,
I thought you were finna say something. My bad. Now I seen what's the name jumping. Oh, but and the way, because me and you both, bro, we come from the street background, and that was always my main question. Like, why me? You know what I'm saying? Why nigga ain't smoked me yet? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, why I ain't dead yet? Like, why have so many bullets literally went past my face? Like, to the point, slow motion, I can see them. Like, why has this happened to me? And like, and like, same thing with you. When I talk to you, I hear it and understand it. You have always, it's like that soil Trav was talking about. It was already there. That pure of heart was already there. Well, even though it may be covered up with some bullshit because of the surroundings, right? It's like having a garden in the middle of the hood, and you know, niggas walk by, throw syringes and they pipes on it and bottles and all this and that. But what's inside of that soil is still what's inside of that soil. You know what I'm saying? But it's ultimately a time is going to come around where that shit gets swept up, cleaned up, and what's under that soil going to ultimately be able to fucking grow out, right? They gonna, and look what Travis just said. All plants need shit to grow. You see, right there. It's like, that's what I'm saying. Like, how can not everything be of benefit of you? Everything is beneficial. That's why, like, bro, and I tell you, if a motherfucker asks me about what was the main thing that I learned from the OG Bobby Hemmett, everything works in my motherfucking favor. I know what we say on the what's the name, the last one on Trav. I'm gonna look like a saint lunatic.
Saint lunatics.
I'm gonna be a fucking saint lunatic around this motherfucker, and nobody can change it. Nobody can change it, bro. Once I finally disintegrated the identity of being a real nigga and a street nigga, and my close identification with Bloods in my hood for my city. Once, like, them mental impressions, don't get me wrong, there's a sketch of it. You know what I'm saying? Because I still come from that, but the identity, nigga, I have not an inch of identity left with me in that shit no more. I still love my niggas, and I still show the appreciation, because at this point I just see me. At this point I just see self, not me as no way pop, but I just see self. So my love and compassion is their form, but my identification with that character, that motherfucker has dwindled. So that motherfucker, if I was that dirt and that soil, you know, that dirt and that soil can keep up the identification of, man, they used to throw bottles on me. They used to throw trash on me. They used to throw this on me. They used to throw this on me. And my reality be just to come back with, like, I got to get my comeback. I got to get my get back. I got to spin a block. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm up now. Back then they didn't want me. Now I'm hot. They all on me type of mindset. That don't even exist. It finally has went the fuck away. Like, a lot of shit went away. The street shit been a while. But another thing because that's why I tell you, we have to go through so many layers of identification to shed off, bro. You know what I'm saying? From a human being to an earthling, to an American, to a black person, to a heterosexual, a gay, to a goddamn, to a left side, right side, to a street nigga, to a real man. You got so many fucking identifications you gotta shed through, bro.
Right.
And Panic even said the thought of himself.
The thought. And that's what we talking about here what we automatically end up getting to. You did. Because like
So
even that is the falsity, because what is the mind? The mind is nothing but thoughts. It's just thoughts. It's just thoughts based off of patterns. Patternized thoughts that create what? Constructs, beliefs. And the beliefs that you end up getting, or the beliefs that you have, end up creating the thoughts. You have thoughts based around your beliefs, your concepts, and you ain't gonna be able to see nothing outside of that until those diminished concepts or that diminish until that belief is diminished. And now you can see, and that's what lifting the veil is.
Yep.
That's what lifting the occult bag has been out. The occult secret has been out. That's what lifting the veil is. You know, where go ahead, Trev. Oh, damn, he back.
This is why lately I've been so hung up on.
Go ahead.
This is why lately I've been so hung up on chaos magic, because that's the biggest thing that I've gotten from a chaos magic is completely obliterating the tendency to identify with the things that the world gave you, right? Because when we were young, we didn't know any better. We're trained, we're domesticated. The soul is domesticated. The light is domesticated, and we are trained that we have to look at something out there and pick one and go all in and say, that's me. I'm that. And here's the thing, man. We've all been kids. We've all known that dude that turned out a certain kind of way, but we knew him as a kid. He wasn't like that. Like, we remember the day he switched up and became that thing. Like, all of us started as something pure and something individual and unique. And each and every one of us chose something to belong to and identify with and completely transformed ourselves to fit a paper thin mask. And we wonder why we have trouble in the world, because one thing that cosmic doctrine taught me was that everything that we see here is a stereotyped pattern, a stereotyped frequency. Now that's important because every pattern comes with a collection of stuff, right? So if you choose one lifestyle, it's going to guaranteed come with certain things. If you choose this lifestyle, it's guaranteed. If you choose this identity, right? I'm a Republican. Oh, I'm a whatever the fuck dumbass human label, because all of them equally suck. All of them.
Yeah.
Whatever label you choose is going to come with its own package. The work is learning how to disidentify. That's what I've been finding myself doing a whole lot lately, is just rituals and constant awareness of non-identification. Like we talked earlier about the fact that social media requires you to do certain things. Again, stereotyped pattern comes with its own package of stuff. Being on Instagram, YouTube, Threads, whatever, there's things you got to do if you want to play that game. But some of us know that it's just a game.
The game.
When I get off this phone, I'm not sitting around here thinking that, I'm saying, I'm whatever the hell you might, whatever the art is making you think, right? That's on you. That's your business. I know that when I put the phone down, hell, when I cut the lights off and it's just me meditating, I know what I'm not, at least. I want to say I know what I am, but that might be ambitious. I know what I'm not.
Bro, that's the secret, and that's the secret sauce. Because ultimately all the work we're doing is to lead us back to that. And that's what I went over in that Dark Veil lifted video. It's like, bro, the real shit, not to saying like anything, the powerful shit is that left-hand path. The left-hand path is a path of negation. Not this, not that, not this, not that, not this, not that, not this, and not that. The fucking magician. You take in back pieces, you shed and all. And in the East, they call it nati. I'm not this, I'm not that, I'm not this, I'm not that. And then you finally get all these clothes off of you, and you figure out, like, God damn it, I'm all of this shit. So really, I'm nothing. I'm nothing. I'm no thing. I am no thing. No thingness. Like, and who is that scary to? That's scary to the ego. Who is that scary to? That's scary to the mind. Who is that scary to? That's scary to the fucking intellect. That's fucking terrifying. Because, like, what's the name say? Like, if I tell you everything that you have ever known is in the realm of the mind, Everything that you've ever known to conceptualize and can deal with is in the realm of the mind. But if I tell you that the mind is an illusion and the only thing is awareness, then you say, I don't get it. That's right. There's nothing to get. There's nothing to get. No thing to get. There is no thing to get. And that's what the ego, I don't want to hear that. Tell me something. I got to do something. I got to do something. I got to be something. I got to have an identity with something. Something, man. Give me something, man. Give me something to make me feel good.
Nah, you're going to sit there and suffer until you shut up. And I don't care how long it's going to take. We're going to sit right here. I'm going to let you keep doing it. It's like dealing with a mischievous little child, right?
Yeah.
You're going to sit there and wear yourself out. Go ahead.
No, that's it. See, that really
Black Lives Matter,
right
and we was kings, and I gotta. Okay, keep going. And now that you're not getting any answer, you're not getting any reverberation, any feedback, you're not getting anything. You're gonna run out of shit to say, aren't you? Well, I. Shut up. Right? You gotta strangle. You gotta choke that thing out.
Yeah.
Damn, that's perfect because it leads back to you. Because now I like I said, my like who is that I? Now ask the question: who the fuck is that I? Who is that I? Because when you get to that point, like the analogy I've been using, this false I, this ego, is an ice cube. The real I, the consciousness, is a cup of water. Or let's say the ocean. Let's just say water. Free flowing water. This ice cube think it's so goddamn cool. And it got so cool that it wanted to separate itself. Yeah, I'm Ice Cube, nigga. I'm the coldest motherfucker you know. Yeah, Joe. Yeah, you don't know a motherfucker colder than snow. And it's the igloo. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker, the coldest motherfucker around. And he's taking form and taking shape. The whole time it's water. It's nothing but water. But it's taking its identity as ice. It intrigued itself to that point. So now here is the question that ultimately has to be asked. Once that motherfucker started melting, and then we did this, we the kings, we melted, and then we did, and now it started to melt, and it ran its energy up, and it started to melt. Hold up, who the fuck am I? It got to be placed back into that water. Ultimately, it dissolves back into what it has always been. It just thought it was an ice cube. It took the identity as an ice cube. Nigga, you water. If you want to get deeper, matter of fact, nigga, you before the concept of water had the concept of being water. You don't know what the fuck you are. I don't know. Ooh, that's scary. God damn it, that's scary. God damn it, that's scary for that ego, boy.
Got to have that experience. We got to have that experience. If you have not had that experience, you got to have that experience. Because if you haven't had that experience, all the shit that we talking about is just it's talking, right?
Yeah.
Got to have that experience.
Fact. And that's the real and listen, y'all. That is the thing. You know, a nigga do book reads and we had these conversations on here, but the only realization is the realization within you. Like, let's say inside of your mind body complex only, because it's one thing to get it intellectually. We all have intellect, so we all get things intellectually, but you have to understand that real deal experience. That's why I told you, when I had that experience, it helped me to understand this shit like ABC 1, 2, 3. I just fucking get it.
Right.
That experience does that for you. Right. It was like, damn, that was fermentating. However the fuck you say the word. I told y'all, see, my intellect ain't the best. I don't know how to pronounce all the words. Fermentation, like what shit sits inside. And yeah, okay. So that shit.
You said it right.
Okay, so that shit, it was fermenting the whole goddamn time, but it needed that ray of sunlight to hit that ass up, and that experience was that, and it done it. So it's one thing to get intellectually, but there's another thing for that. Look right there. It's another thing to have that experience. That's why it's like, hey, motherfucking say what the fuck? He bullshit. He don't know what he talking about. That shit's stupid. It's really this. He don't know what he talking about. He wrong. You should do this. Hey, perfectly motherfucking fine. The like I used to get when I because it used to be a motherfucker used to get on like social media and say shit about a nigga. I'm like, bro, this shit has never been about a debate about who know the most shit. This shit has always been about self-realization. Is you getting that? You not? You'll get it. Oh, you not?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's the most important thing here. It was never about like let's see who knows the biggest words and know the meaning of every goddamn word and who can read the best.
Right.
Let's have a meditation practice. Let's have a meditation goddamn
I'm gonna be real. Some everybody don't get it, and
no, you know,
and
most
just from, you know,
most people don't.
and they
yeah, they not.
because they're not supposed to it. Whatever state they in, it's safer for them that
And
way.
that's what I've been looking at. I've been looking at not even on the safe shit. I've been looking at that as some soul generation shit. Let's say, oh, well, I can't say we are, but I know me. I'm the fourth generation in my family, so I don't know my grandparents on my dad's side. I know my grandparents on my mom's side. I don't really know anybody on my. I know people on my dad's side. I don't know too many people though. So when I go back, as far as my own, let's say in my work or my path, or just just my, let's say my altar, right? I ain't gonna lie. I've literally been sourcing through memory, let's say spirit, and I ain't gonna lie. Throughout my life, I felt drawn to it more so that like I wanted to know who my auntie was, who my grandma was, and all that because I never knew them in this life. You feel me? And the stories that I heard very minimal, and most of the stories I hear are not good. You know what I'm saying? It's all tragic and shit. So all the shit that I want to know, I ain't gonna lie. I look for it within myself. And even within self-discovery or self-realization, I have found it within myself. It's even been rather, or I would say it becomes complementary as to what you do, how you do, or who you are. You know what I'm saying? So certain things that whether my grandma did, my auntie into, you know what I mean? It kind of, I guess it played out through me, and it plays out through me just in my life, and even just on some, I guess, some extra out shit. We all got birthdays on the 17th. You know what I'm saying? Like
So it is
my dad
17.
got birthday on the 17th. My birthday is on the 17th. My auntie birthday on the 17th. Shit, my great grandma birthday, she passed on the 17th on my birthday. So it's like it's certain shit that
Yeah.
I take into account for the soul. Not saying for like for everybody, just myself, but I look at it because even my parents, I'm like, damn, why they not like? Let's say my parents 50s, my parents 50s, 60s. You know what I'm saying? So they upper age, but I look at that like, damn, why, like, let's say throughout all time, nigga, I'm 26, nigga, in this life, but and throughout all time they've been here, and let's say like things I have to ask myself, they ain't seen no fucking spirit, they ain't seen nothing, they ain't went through nothing, even though I know they have, because ain't
Yeah.
no way you and my thing
Yeah.
it's all self realization, and I'm using them as everybody because I'm just using my experience as an example. I
Yeah.
say this to say that from a soul level, or let's say ancestral incarnation, or whatever. Let's say your journey is your journey, but your journey should also be like teaching you something. You know what I'm saying? So you should be learning from your experience and like what you do or even what you don't do and the whys of all that other shit. It should all be, I guess being revealed in a certain way, but how you then, I guess, know it for self or identify it in this sense has to connect through all the lineages or whatnot, and even beyond that, as far as not even just like your immediate family. You know what I mean? You got other ancestors and all that other shit. So a lot of things come into play just based on, I would say, our character or even our cosmology. You know what I'm saying? Because oftentimes, well, let's just say somebody dying right now, somebody being born right now. You know what I'm saying? So wherever they come from, you know what I'm saying, beyond this motherfucker, right? You know what I mean? That's a science, that's a study. But even let's say for us, because we ain't know, let's say we not the scientists and Greeks, we're that's an art form. You know what I mean? That's magic. So in the magic of me, nigga, I mean, I know. I guess that what I want to say is that it all comes down to a self study. You know what I mean? One way or another. Like I guess the books, the lectures, everything becomes limited because you are then concluding what it is for you at the end of the day. And when you know that, then it's like, where can you take your exploration, or where can you take where you are in the consciousness of you, not what is given to you, suggested or recommended, or even, by energy, so to speak. Some niggas work with energy and shit. At the end of the day, you got to say so to say what you gonna do or how you gonna be. Oftentimes, I feel on some family shit. Let's say, okay, most people don't take that into consideration. On a subconscious, they'll think, "Oh well, shit, my dad was a fucking NBA star, so I gotta fucking be something in the. If it's not NBA star, I gotta at least be in sports." Who the fuck said that? Now, as a soul spirit, the soul spirit might guide the person down a whole nother path that don't got nothing to do with sports. The family might be like, it might suspend the reality. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is the individual going through that, the individual doing that, it's on them to realize that they are already awakening and awakened and doing, let's say on some ancestor shit. You've already broke the generational curses. Because you've already trajected the courses and events that already have been taking place. Now, on a new sense, there's some families or there's some souls that ain't been here, as we know. So that's how I see it. There's new souls that are here on Earth, have came to Earth, and they doing shit that, let's say, on a human level, that's like, what? That ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? And then it's like it makes you question. It makes you question the human and why would the human do what the human do? And it's like, well, damn. If it's not the human, it's the human experience. Who the fuck is that spirit? Who the fuck is that soul? You know what I'm saying? And I say that to for even self. Who is it when you are mad? Who is it when you are doing music? Who is it when you are doing magic? Who is it? Who are these? Let's say inspirations. Although there's all one, can you realize it for self as it all being one? Even when it's coming to information, and I'm saying this on some shit like most times when niggas in church and shit, and we know it, they're not reading it from a level of actually reading it. They're just like, right, okay. And so by the time it comes to some point of correspondence, they're speaking in third person. You know what I'm saying? And it's never direct. And I feel that all come from a point of essence and being. Let's say why you're here. Let's say why you're getting this information. Why are we getting this information? You know what I'm saying? And even at the point of shit, I ain't gonna nigga. I'm a young nigga. You know what I'm talking about? I could be doing all the I was just years ago. I'm doing all the young nigga shit. But why would I can't? Not that I can't do it. I outgrew it. You know what I'm talking about? And so I wrestled with that. What? I was tripping. I was mad because I was good at what I do. So I didn't have a problem with what I was doing. But that was the problem. So essentially certain things, because it's like, let's say because like put it like this, if you studying this shit, you doing this shit, but you doing other shit, you ain't gonna really commit, or you're gonna be dangling one way or another, especially if you have the potential, or let's say it's in you. You know what I mean? Your mind will block itself like, nah, it'll be on some one foot in, one foot out shit. In this world, in the spirit realm, ain't none of that. And at least how I look at it. I would look at it like, okay, or some shit like how they say the heavens and the earth, you're a pillar because you're human. You know what I'm saying? You got this human experience. So in this human experience, nigga, your mind, body itself is a pillar between where you exist in the heavenly or the hell planes. You know what I'm saying? And I find that it's not even so shadowy hell like all pain and agony, although it can be. What I'm saying is that the unconsciousness or the unknowing, you know what I'm saying, where often a lot of people are or exist, they don't recognize that as a fallen state. It's kind of strange. And I feel that you can't really, you ain't gonna go for nothing. Because let's say you got a car, you know what I'm saying, you got a house, you know what I'm saying, you doing everything human. But that be my thing with people. So, and I'm sure that's probably as well. If you know you can do all this shit, it's like, nigga, why I ain't flying yet? You know what I'm saying? What the fuck am I not doing right? Not to say that niggas can't do that. Ultimately, it's this shit that niggas gotta conduct correctly in the right vibration frequency in order of the soul and spirit to, transcend the self. You know what I'm saying? And then even so much, I would just say it's not even so much things that's beyond us. It's right here on the earth or within the earth of which we are to connect to then get the fuck up out of here. You know what I'm saying? Because other let's say, why are we here or why are we in this experience? So essentially, the soul, spirit that got you here, You should be, let's say, like WM said, blame that motherfucker. You gonna be mad at God, be mad at Jesus, somebody. You know what I'm saying? But it's really you. And so that'd be my thing. That oftentimes niggas don't even look for, or let's say, with all the problems that niggas collectively make up in their mind, imaginatively, niggas don't even question or take responsibility for being that great of a people. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I don't know. I challenge that shit, but then at the same time as I'm learning, I do recognize as an experience, some people are meant for what they're meant for, and some people not. You know, because they put it together like that.
Let me say this, y'all, because I'm gonna have to end it, man. I'm gonna have to end it, bro. We done went 4 hours on them folks. I'm gonna have to end it, man. I gotta take care of some family business. What I want to end it with this: T, Trev, Gotti, 7 bro. I appreciate y'all. I did not think all of us gonna be able to get on this motherfucker today. See, this was a spontaneous thing. I'm sitting over here eating hot spicy compound chicken from goddamn Panda Express, and some say, you know what? I forgot. Something just randomly inspired me and said, "Yeah, bro, go live right now." Something about the cosmic joke. I was watching something on TV and I said, "Yeah, the cosmic joke. Fuck it, set this shit up." You know what I'm saying? And it automatically came and turned into this, bro. So I really gotta show gratitude and love for y'all to being who the fuck y'all are. Even though I know you motherfuckers dressed up differently, you niggas is me. I know you think you niggas slick, but I'm Denzel Washington around this motherfucker.
This nigga.
I know you niggas think you somebody different. You playing a different role. You acting like you ain't me. I know you niggas. And I appreciate you niggas. And mad love to the niggerdom of niggas.
Nah, that's love, bro. That's
I
love.
appreciate y'all though. Real shit, man. Appreciate you, Trey. Appreciate you, T. Appreciate you, got it, man. Everybody in the chat, I appreciate y'all. I want to do this shit more, so hopefully in the future we'll be able to do this shit more, y'all. If we get up out of here. Remember, always, no obstacles will apprehend you, prosper over pain. There are no obstacles, only opportunities for you to realize the motherfucking self. Switch to observer mode. That's our standard operating procedure. That's the principle we stand on, and we standing on motherfucking purpose. Love, peace, and hair grease. Let's see.
Peace.